of the residents of the Urals, it's a great honor that this has become the hosting place for the World Cities Day. So it is Sverdlovsk region. And at the end of last year, we presented our city and the region in the UN headquarters, and we are very grateful to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Gutierrez, for high appraisal of the potential of our region for hosting the World Cities Day. Take into consideration that it's the first time when many of you visit our region for the first time, I would like to introduce our region. Villages and small towns. In the region, we have over 4 million residents, and the third of those in the city of Ekaterinburg. Development of the Sverdlovsk region goes in compliance with the UN goals. And we are trying to lay the solid foundation for rapid development, sustainable development, and create the conditions for prosperity, not only this generation, but future generations. And it is really great that the key topic of this discussion is devoted to future cities and innovations for better life of the people in the future. And I'm confident that our cities will be the conductors for positive changes. Today, with the whole world, we solve the global issues for the urban planning and development, and we make up the look of the cities in future. And I consider that the ideal cities would be the smart, comfortable, safe, and environmental cities that combine all of the requirements to high quality of living. It would be affordable, modern, and comfortable houses. These would be the beautified parks and gardens and developed transport infrastructure and transport availability. This is the possibility to breathe the clean air, its inclusivity, safety, and broad opportunities for self-realization of every single person. Building the cities, we shorten the gap between the metropolitan area and a small settlement in terms of comfort of living and all the comfort that modern technologies can provide to the people. We create equal conditions for people, for their self-realization and for discovery of their intellectual and creative skills. We build the comfortable city environment, and together with the Russian Federation government, and the tasks were raised by the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, and our efforts are in compliance with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Today we are ready to introduce what we have achieved. And of course, we are ready to study the best practices for application of these practices here. I will start with the fact that the Sverdlovsk region is one of the leading regions in terms of housing construction, and we build houses for all categories of population, from economy class to luxury, giving preference to complex development of the areas. Such projects are being implemented not only in Ekaterinburg, but all over the Sverdlovsk region. I would also like to stress that development of the new points of growth in the Ural cities and development of the projects of development of city spaces is based on the opinion of the residents in the settlements and cities. We usually on a regular basis perform surveys, interview residents, and we ask about the priorities for beautification and which they consider would be the priorities for improvement. Today we have the national projects. We are supported by the Ministry of Housing and Construction, and we built hundreds of courtyards, gardens, embankments, and parks, taking into account the preferences of the residents. Thus, we implement the projects that people need, and these projects will become the part of culture and will be in demand. Following the world and the global trend, we bring into life the smart services and systems for the utility management. We integrate digital technologies in everyday life of the people, regardless of their place of residence. Dear friends, colleagues, every city has its competitive advantages and its points of growth that stipulate further development. Thus, Ekaterinburg has a new point of growth by having the right to host the World Summer Universiade in 2023. It will be a powerful driver of economic and infrastructural development. In the nearest 2-3 years in Ekaterinburg, we will build unique structures. We will have new roads and parks and gardens. The Universiade Athletes Village will be built not far from the Congress Center, just in the vicinity. We're planning to build more than 200,000 square meters of dwellings. We will build the medical facility, the water sports palace, and so the field for rugby and the other infrastructure. At the end of the Universiade, we will transfer it to the university campus, and it will be the foundation for the development of another residential area of Yekaterinburg. Taking this occasion, I would like to invite to visit Yekaterinburg as the guest of the Universiade in 2023, and you will be able to be convinced that the city will be transformed by that time. Dear friends, I wish you successful, fruitful work, interesting discussions, and experiencing the best practices for implementation of those in your cities and countries. And I hope that the stay in the land of the Urals will be memorable for you. Thank you very much for your attention, and hope to meet you at our business platforms. Thank you, Mr. Governor. You know, I was listening to you and thinking, well, we're used to saying in the region and in the city, somehow demonstrating that the city is the center of civilization and the region is a kind of a rural area around the city, and just providing some kind of nutrition for the city. But now the region becomes the city, because in the region it is possible to bring to life different infrastructural solutions, because sometimes in the city it's very difficult to feel them in the environment of the city and to combine the affordable housing, environmental issues, and availability of roads. And now we see that the projects are being implemented in the region, such projects that could be not implemented in the cities, like beautification, including parks, gardens. So what it would be like? It will be the city around the city, or the word region will have a different context. And now for the welcoming speech at our plenary session, I would like to invite the head of the city of Yekaterinburg, Alexander Vysokinsky.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Mrs. Sheriff, Mr. Yakushev, Mr. Kuivashev, on behalf of all the residents of the city of Yekaterinburg, I would like to welcome you at the World Cities Day, which takes place in the city of Yekaterinburg, and congratulate you on the occasion of this prominent event. Trying in our intention to extend international cooperation, we support the Sustainable Development Goals. We are happy that Yekaterinburg became a platform of celebration of the World Cities Day under the motto, Changing the World, Innovations and Better Life for Future Generations. Choosing this topic, we invite you to discuss influence of innovation on environment and development of technologies, education and healthcare, city spaces and economy in general, innovation which determines our way of our future and future of future generations.
Историю возникновения и развития.
Every year has its own special features. History of Yekaterinburg and the region are very common because many cities appeared as factories. We have very specific character of urbanization. Rural population does not move to the cities, but people from towns of the region move to the large cities. For a long time, Sverdlovsk region has one of the highest level of urbanization in the country, almost 85%. In general, in Russia, it's 74% in 2014. Industrial heritage of our cities, which we inherited from our predecessors, has an impact on the choosing of scenarios of our further development. Today we are glad that Yekaterinburg has the most prominent urbanistic experts. Yesterday we spent a day together, and we are happy that a lot of participants of the forum were not only here in the exhibition center, but on the sides of Yekaterinburg We invited our colleagues to the companies in the field of housing and utilities and urban technologies, and we are making a great step forward from the point of view of formation of new approach to the technologies for the cities. We are not discussing only technologies from the point of view of urban economy, beneficiation or water cleaning. Technologies for the cities are technologies of working with community, attraction of citizens for to management of the cities, formation of a system when authorities, business, society, science, and of course mass media form a new bone, a new core of the administration of the city. And this approach was applied in 2010 when we adopted the strategic plan of development of the city of Ekaterinburg. And together with our colleagues from UN Habitat, together we were working on indicators of social development. Today, Ekaterinburg is one of a few cities which passed through the whole cycle of strategic planning, monitoring of strategic plan, and resulting summary of the strategic plan. In 2015, we summarized the results. In 2017, a new strategic plan of development of the city was adopted, and today we are at the stage of its development and implementation. We are developing and issuing city planning documents. We are expecting the feedback from our distinguished experts who came to the city of Yekaterinburg. We are glad that today at this event we have a delegation from the city of Shanghai. Shanghai was one of the initiators of the World City Days, city which is a leader of global development, a city which today is a very good platform for development of new technologies. Thank you very much, dear colleagues from China, who are willing to share these technologies with us. Allow me, on behalf of all the residents of the city of Yekaterinburg, to wish you the best of success, to wish you fruitful work and cooperation. Yes, it is snowing today, and we really hope that the low temperature in the city will be compensated by the warmth of our approach. Please come to Yekaterinburg as often as possible. The best of success to all of you. Thank you.
Лично я от себя могу обещать, я еще в этом году.
So I can personally promise you that I will come here 3 or 4 times, and thank you for such wishes. So I accept this wish, and I think representing the entire forum, I will take this wish for granted, and I would like to wish you to implement very ambitious plans in Ekaterinburg. And again, based on scenario, we have the applause. So we remember that the World Cities Day is the UN project, to be more exact, UN Habitat project. And I would like to invite the director of the Information UN Center in Moscow, Vladimir Kuznetsov. Dear Mr. Minister, dear Mr. Governor, dear Mr. Mayor, dear Mrs. Maimuna Sharif, dear representatives of the participating countries, guests, ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure, I would like to read the message of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Today, in the cities, almost the half of the world population lives. By 2010, this amount will increase by 2/3. And much of what we need to provide housing and services for people in such urbanization will be built, will have to be built, including totally new cities. This brings enormous opportunities to develop and implement solutions that can address the climate crisis and pave the way toward a sustainable future. Cities consume more than 2/3 of the world's energy and account for more than 70% of global carbon dioxide emissions. The choices that will be made on urban infrastructure in the coming decades, on urban planning, energy efficiency, power generation, and transport will have decisive influence on the emissions curve. Indeed, the cities are where the climate battle will largely be won or lost. But in addition to their enormous climate footprint, cities generate more than 80% of global gross domestic product. And as centers of education and entrepreneurship, they are hubs of innovation and creativity, with young people often taking the lead. So we have answers to many tasks that we have to solve on our path to sustainable, low-emission future, from electric transport to renewable energy sources and more perfect ways of the waste management. These solutions are being brought into life in many cities in the world. We're happy to see this, but we have to do it in such a way that it should become a standard. It's time for actions. The World Cities Day comes at the end of Urban October, a month dedicated to raising awareness on urban challenges, successes, and sustainability. As we conclude this period, let us commit to embracing innovation to ensure a better life for future generations and chart a path towards sustainable development that would for benefits of all. So, Secretary General, United Nations, Antonio Guterres. Distinguished participants, being the head of the country team, UN country team, I would like to express my gratitude to the authorities of the region, city, the Ministry of Construction of the Russian Federation, for the wonderful organization of this forum and for their standpoint and their desire to cooperate with different organizations and UN in particular, which are warmly received here. We're happy that along with the UN family institutions that interact with the regions, such a large-scale and important organization as UN Habitat was added. And we hope that wonderful achievements of the region in terms of implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and today's forum is the real confirmation of this fact. It will be reflected in the voluntary national presentation and report of the Russian Federation on the Sustainable Global Development Agenda by 2030, and it will be presented at a very high-rank forum in July 2020. Thank you for your attention. And in continuation,
UN Habitat, Madam Maimuna.
сейчас я приглашаю сюда на эту сцену Маймуну Мохт-Шериф.
Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities from Russian Federation, Honorable Vladimir Yakushev. Minister of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Ida Royal. Vice Minister of Housing and Urban Rural Development from the People's Republic of China, Jiang Wanrong. Governor of Svetslov Region, Eugenie Kuiveshov. Mayor of Ekaterinburg, Alexander Vyoskinski. President of the Russian Federation, representative of the Ural Federal District, Nikolai Sukhanov. Deputy Director General of Shanghai Municipal Housing and Urban Rural Development and Management Committee, Mr. Zheng Yang. Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good snow-white morning to you. Dobry den. I'm very honored again to be here with you for the official opening of the global observance of World Cities Day here in the historic city of Yekaterinburg. The first time we have held the global observance in Russia or Eastern Europe. I was told this morning, today we have 650 participants from 32 countries. And last year, we had this World Cities Day in Liverpool. We have from 16 countries. I think this is very, very good effort, and congratulations to all of you. I would like to express my gratitude to the government of the Russian Federation for supporting this fantastic event, and the governor of Svetlov and the mayor of Yekaterinburg and his team for all their hard work with the organization, with UN Habitat and our UN sisters agency here. And we already had a day of stimulating discussion yesterday, and I'm looking forward to hearing about the outcomes today. Yesterday, we had a panel, Digital Innovation for Urban Service Delivery, panel 1. We have panel 2, Frontier Technologies for More Inclusive Cities. Panel 3, Opportunities for Urban Renewable Energy Generation. At the same time, in the afternoon, we have Workshop 1 and Workshop 2 and Workshop 3 for all these topics, and additions on the discussion of affordable housing, quality housing for future generation, and not forgetting also, we have the Generation 2030, implementing the urban dimension of the SDGs with the youth here yesterday. Again, my sincere gratitude to the government of People's Republic of China and to Shanghai for their continued support. While we celebrate the global observance here in Yekaterinburg event to mark the World Cities Day are taking place in cities around the world today. The city of Tangshan is hosting the main event in China. The celebrations are also taking place in Bangkok, the Philippines, Islamabad, Pakistan, Sicily, Italy, in New York, Havana in Cuba, in Nairobi, Mexico City, various cities in Brazil, and also in various cities in Kenya. Today, we hope to link up via video with 3 other celebrations in Istra in Bilbao, Spain, and at the headquarters of United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, short UNESCO, in Paris. World Cities Day marks the end of Urban October, a month when UN Habitat encourages everyone to focus on the role of our cities and towns in facing the challenges and maximizing the opportunities of an increasing urbanized global population. Here in Russia, over 74% of the population live in towns and cities. And as I know from attending the Moscow Urban Forum in July this year, the cities and the towns are extraordinary hubs of creativity and new ideas. If we all work together, we can ensure that our cities provide a better way of life for everyone, including the most vulnerable. This is reflected in the general theme of World Cities Day, which is Better City, Better Life. But this year, we want to go further to agree on how to make our cities better. So specific theme for 2019 is Changing the World, Innovation and a Better Life for Future Generations. Innovation is a strong thread running through UN Habitat's work. We featured several exciting innovations in our first ever UN Habitat Assembly in May this year, and innovation and culture are the theme of our World Urban Forum next year from 8 to 13 of February in Abu Dhabi. We simply cannot continue with business as usual in our cities and towns. We have all heard the warning about climate change, climate emergency, and the global warming turning to global heating. We have also heard about the disastrous situation that awaits if we do nothing. So the same is true if we do not act to find a better ways to reduce consumption, recycle our waste, reduce reliance on our cars, plan our cities properly, or save and expand our green spaces. We urgently need to strengthen existing ideas and need fresh new ideas to help transform the city we live in cities and ensure a better future for future generations, and to ensure that by 2030 we achieve our aim of inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities as outlined in Sustainable Development Goal 11, along with all other SDGs. And just as cities create many of the major problems facing our planet today, including pollution, climate change, and waste, they are also hubs of creativity where the answers are often found. Innovation is often seen as an evolving digital processes and complex frontier technology, but it often starts as a simple idea, such as growing plant on the rooftop or sharing cars. So as an innovation is often born in cities, it can also be tested at scale in urban areas. It can help us to design, improve people's and environment-friendly cities with inclusive neighborhoods and public spaces to create thriving ecosystem and biodiversity hubs and produce green energy. Imaginative ideas will allow us to be more efficient and effective in the way we manage our resources. We move people and goods, deliver our services, and construct our infrastructures and buildings. We have an amazing opportunity in the area covered by cities and towns is expected to double in the next 3 decades. This means that 70% of the building existing in 2050 are yet to be built. So giving us a tremendous opportunity to try out all those fantastic green ideas. We need to use innovation to increase energy efficiency through natural ventilation, thermal heating and solar cooling. Waste to energy and resources recovery technologies enable cities to improve waste management, create green jobs, and generate green, affordable energy and transport, while apps for car sharing, waste management, and recycling increase efficiency. Earlier this month, UN Habitat, we saw a demonstration of how a community can generate its own power through solar panels and distribute its own technology according to the needs. We are looking at using sensors to prevent overflowing septic tanks for health. The theme of the World Habitat Day on the 7th October this year was we want to turn the challenges into opportunities with our topic Frontier Technologies as innovative tool to transform waste to wealth. UN Habitat on CNN for our innovative but not high-tech project, helping to transform a Nairobi slum through involving a community to create green spaces with original artwork, a great example of how innovation, simple, can foster inclusiveness and social cohesion in the neighborhood. Our cities will have to continue to drive innovation in the groundbreaking ways to achieve a lasting impact in communities and to ensure no one and no place is left behind. As Urban October, a month dedicated to raising awareness on urban challenges, successes, and sustainability comes to an end, I'm delighted to hear about the large number of global celebrations that have taken place. I would like to close with sincere congratulations once again to all the co-organizers of this conference, and including our team of UN Habitat And I look forward to hearing all your stimulating, innovative ideas and the action plans. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have enough of declaration. We need to declare action. Same spelling, but declare action and implementation. And I would like to hear the action plans outcome from the panels, from the workshop to be implemented, plus the roadmap, and hopefully to be reported. The outcome of these 2 days workshop to be reported in the next World City Days in 2020. And here I would like to take the opportunity to invite all the ministers, friends, to come to our World Urban Forum 10 in Abu Dhabi from 8 to 13 of February 2020. I book all of you in advance so that you can schedule your program in your calendar. Thank you very much. Спасибо.
Thank you, Madam Sharif. Министр строительства и ЖКХ РФ Владимир Владимирович Якушев.
Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities of the Russian Federation, Mr. Yakushev, please. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, dear friends. I'm glad to welcome you here in the city of Yekaterinburg at the celebration of the World Cities Day. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this large-scale international event. I know that the hosts invested a lot of efforts in order to provide the best level of organization. I would also like to especially thank for creation of such a communication platform to the Executive Director and the Secretary of UN Habitat, Mrs. Sharif. Thank you very much. This allows us to discuss direction of cities development, including sustainable development and technological transformation, provision of the future generation with high quality and affordable housing, comfortable urban environment. All these aspects are of great importance for both Russia and abroad. The more progressive we are, the more successful the future of our cities will be, the better will be the quality of our life. Mrs. Sharif, from this podium, said that it's time to act. That is why I would like to expand on some areas of our efforts in Russia. We invest a lot of efforts in implementation of projects of digitalization of our urban economy. Within the frameworks of implementation of the national project Housing and Urban Environment, we have a smart city project. As a part of it, administered by the Ministry of Construction of the Russian Federation. Among the participants of the project are all the cities with population larger than 100,000 people, and also there are pilot cities. The target of the project is increasing of efficiency of city administration, city management, which allows us to create high-quality urban infrastructure. This year we calculate IQ index of the cities, index of digitalization of city economy. It will be synchronized with international rankings. It will allow us to evaluate the cities in other countries. UN Habitat express its willingness to formate this index, and we are very grateful to the head of this committee, Mrs. Sharif. I'm confident that our cooperation will be efficient and will contribute a lot into digital transformation of our cities. This year, in Russia, for the first time, an index of urban quality will be calculated. Evaluation has a very complex and integrated characteristics based on 36 indicators, including international indexes of urban environment formation. In particular, priority of pedestrian accessibility, leisure possibilities, minimization of travel time to work, green spaces, parks, embankments, different services in residential areas, offices, the cities compete for human capital. Even if they have equal opportunities, people choose these cities, these settlements. We also pay much attention to the solution of housing problems of the Russian population. In, in addition to the possibility to purchase an apartment or a house at the market, there are also some incentives for purchasing of housing, and young Russian families can account on the subsidy of 30 to 35% of the costs of housing from the government. We also provide special programs subsidies to the regions, money allocated to construction of the social infrastructure, objects construction and other social housing building. This is how we implement complex approach to provision of housing and providing a basis for the cities of the future. We need also to consider such an important fact that the cities are the drivers of progress and source of problems as well. For example, emissions, gas emissions, contamination of environment, and we have to go ahead. We have to be preventive, providing high level of living for all our residents without any exceptions. It's a very difficult task, but we will invest all the efforts possible. Mrs. Sheriff, in one of your presentations, you were talking that the key factor influencing the improvement of this urban life is a leadership potential of the mayor and of the governor, which is also related with specific features of the city policy and tools of involvement of the residents in the decision-making process. And only the third provides for financing, which is necessary for implementation of any project. I agree with your opinion that uniting our efforts and resources, accumulating energy of creativity of people, we can transform our cities, make them more comfortable, safe, clean, and very positive. I wish all the participants the best of success. I hope that in a period of celebration of World City Days, a lot of interesting meetings, discussions will take place, and the decisions which will be made will provide us with an opportunity of new possibilities, will give us new energy for resolving the issues of our cities, for their sustainable development and improvement of the living conditions of the cities of the planet Earth.
Vladimirovich и Minister of Housing and Habitat, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, His Excellency Eldemaro Villarroel Arismendi.
So, good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome everyone here on behalf of the President of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro Mores. Venezuela is the country that geographically gives us very good advantages. We have natural resources, great natural resources, but also it's a history of fight for independence. And 21 years ago, our people decided that the main topic of our policy would be the human policy. In 1999 and in 2010, our country suffered severely due to natural disasters, and it resulted in deficit of housing that still exists in our market, and resulted in integration of all of the political forces at the highest level possible. And those days, the president of our country, Commander Hugo Chavez, the president of our country who took into consideration the will of the peoples of our country, and he made an order to implement the national plan, the plan until 2025 that complies with the Global Development Goal number 11, that was adopted by the United Nations. Also, we have already demonstrated that these goals are achieved by us. We have adopted the new agenda for development of our cities. That is why we introduced the program, the Great Mission Housing in Venezuela. This program started in 2011. And we tried to be very efficient in design and construction of the housing. We wanted our people to be provided the social right. We wanted to support our people because we had a problem. We had a challenge. People didn't have an opportunity to buy land to build houses. Besides, we invited the industry to participate. They produced the materials, and materials would be the social asset, and they produce 70% of materials for our construction. Besides, our People's Party managed to build 37% of those 2,878,000 houses. It has already been built. Venezuela, unfortunately, has become the object of non-colonial targets from the United States, and they try to make us adopt the economic model and political model that contradicts our targets and those goals that we have announced at our elections, when we ranked human to be #1 in the country, but not the goods and not the money. And I would like to read the paragraph 84 of our new agenda. We strongly urge, and we are not in agreement with the states, we urge states to refrain from promulgating and applying any unilateral economic, finance, and trade, and that goes not in compliance with the international law and that contradicts with the UN Nations Charter, especially in respect to developing country. We are against of any kind of games when the countries are just trying to demonstrate that they pretend to change something, but we demonstrate the will. We want to contradict the sanctions. We want to resist the sanctions, and in the scope of celebration of the World Cities Day, we speak about innovations. Innovations that we need for better life for future generations. We think that the best innovation for solving a very important strategic problem that we have with housing in our country will not be just implementation of new technologies. It will be related to making these technologies available and affordable. This will not be the financial measures that will be oriented on profits and incomes. We think that the solution of the affordable housing problem will be related to other important resource, our perception. We should look at housing from a different angle. Housing should stop being the goods. Housing should become the social right. And this is not the trade unit. This is the social right of every single person. And Venezuela is still struggling for overcoming the challenge. And also, Venezuela is resisting the external powers. We are trying to demonstrate our new ideas and achievements. And we want to make our people's life better. Innovations and technologies will always be successful when they are affordable and when we have affordable housing. And we will do all our best to make housing affordable. And not only housing should be affordable. People should have the right to choose the place where they live. People have the right to choose.
И помощник полномочного представителя президента Российской Федерации в Уральском федеральном округе Анна.
And now I would like to give the floor to the assistant to the plenipotentiary envoy of the president in the Urals Federal District, Anna Lenskaya. Dear Mrs. Maimuna Sharif, dear Mr. Minister, dear Mr. Governor, dear organizers and participants of the World Cities Day. On behalf of the Plenipotentiary Envoy of the President in the Urals Federal District, Nikolai Tsukhanov, I would like to welcome you in Ekaterinburg at the opening ceremony of the World Cities Day 2019. The Sustainable Development Goals that were approved by the United Nations in 2015 are tied together with those tasks that were raised by the President of the Russian Federation for the Russian Federation government in his decrees of the 2012 and 2017. Both targets consider that it will be a complex approach implemented for letting every single person bring his ideas to life. But we should understand the everyday way of living. We should take into consideration the environmental situation, also leisure conditions for the population, and we should have the standard of living for every single individual, and this was allowed to determine the tasks for authorities in regions and cities. And by 2050, about 70% of the world population, Russian population, will live in the cities, in the urban areas. And it means that in the first turn, we will have to provide comfortable conditions for the urban residents. But also the high rate of urbanization and development of metropolia will require the new technological solutions and digital innovations in terms of resource management. For the Russian Federation, the situation is also made more difficult to the fact that we have kind of hazardous dwellings and housing, and the meetings that were hosted by the Plenipotentiary Envoy demonstrated that we have the utilities which are in not satisfactory condition, and some of the infrastructural objects, infrastructural facilities are in critical condition. For example, in Kurgan, the wearing out of the utilities is about 70%. In Chelyabinsk and in the Sverdlovsk region, the President of the Russian Federation paid special attention to national projects that are being implemented. The innovative transformation of the cities is related to megatrends that is related to flow-through technologies and the measures undertaken for smart cities. The main asset of the smart cities would be the data mass, so the big data that is connected to the multiple devices that generate the network. The smart city project is not just the IT solutions or smart services in the city systems, but in the scope of this project, it will be possible to improve the efficiency of the city infrastructure and improve the services for the city residents. Today, we see the rapid growth of IT technologies. New IT solutions appear, and the implementation of these solutions results in cost saving for municipalities and transparency of services provided. But the main challenges that the cities face, and especially the cities in the Urals Federal Districts, are the low level of budget provision for municipal settlements, lack of personnel and skilled staff for implementation of the projects. But we have some positive advantages and examples, like the example from Satka, which is in Chelyabinsk region, and this is one of the most frontier cities, not only in the Urals and in the country as a whole in terms of IT solutions. But key problems and key challenges would be the same for all of the cities. And we should probably implement the unified typical IT solutions, and the regions should generate a kind of a center of excellences that will demonstrate administrative method support to municipalities in the issues of automation and digitalization of economic spheres. We should establish digital platforms with the use of domestic IT products. And I am confident that the World Cities Day, under the auspices of UN Habitat in Ekaterinburg, will become a very essential step in achievement of the global development goals, sustainable development goals, especially in everything related to transparency, sustainability, and stability of the settlements and cities. And I would like to wish all the participants fruitful work and further success. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I would like to invite the Deputy Director General. Sorry, not yet. Deputy Minister of Housing and City Development of China, Jian Wanjun.
女士们、先生们，
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure to meet you here in the wonderful city of Yekaterinburg. We will celebrate World Cities Day 2019 together. On behalf of the Ministry of Housing, Rural and Urban residents, I would like to express my gratitude to the government of the Sverdlovsk region and Mayor of Yekaterinburg for the efforts invested in preparation of this event. In December 2013, Chinese government initiated at the 68th General Assembly of the UN, China initiated celebration of World City Days on October 31 every year. The first World City Days was celebrated in Shanghai, and after that, the World Cities Day traveled around the world to Guangzhou, China, Ecuador, Great Britain, Liverpool. Today, Yekaterinburg, industrial city of Russia, hosts the World Cities Day. It became a platform for exchange of information and cooperation between the cities in all over the world, and played an important role in promotion on urban agenda in the sphere of sustainable development and new urban agenda. China has a very friendly relations in Russia, especially in the sphere of construction, civil construction, housing. July this year, Chairman of China Xi Jinping and Russian President Putin confirmed that the two countries, Russia and China, are partners, strategic partners. Relations between two countries is developing, and now it's on the higher level. Strengthening of cooperation between Russia and China also increases, especially in the sphere of construction. Half of the population of the world lives in cities, and urbanization develops. On the one hand, we enjoy advanced life in the cities. On the other hand, we face such problems as environmental problems, transportation, education, healthcare, and other spheres. World Cities Day is aimed at drawing attention of international community to respond together to all the challenges. This year, the key topic of the World Cities Day is changing the world, innovation and better life for future generations. Innovations can promote development of the city, and we can build wonderful houses for the people. This is our common desire. This year is the 70th anniversary of the People's Republic of China, and China passed through the fastest and large-scale process of urbanization. City planning, city construction is developing very fast. The number of the cities is increasing from 132 in 1949 till 672 in 2018. The areas of roads is increased. The development area was increased 12 times. Waste utilization is also increased by more than 200 times. The ratios of gasification and use of water supply is 96% and 98%. The load capacity of the cities is growing permanently. The level of living conditions is also improved significantly. During the 70 years, it was always
So it's increasing from 8 square meters to 300 39 in 2018. So the system of housing is always getting more and more perfect. It's speeded up in terms of construction of the affordable housing. And we have more than different types of housing. And we also build the housing for those who live in hazardous houses. So, and also just describing the rapid growth of the cities in China, we would like to share the experience with you. In the first turn, we should pay respect to the laws of city development, but bring into operation the new concepts of city development. We should follow such aspects as environmental aspects, safety aspects, and we should move from the rapid growth to high-quality development. We should move forward the innovations and changes in city planning and construction. And we should concentrate our efforts on elimination of obstacles and bring new practices into life. And the interests of people should be at the top priority. And we should concentrate on the interests of the indigenous people. We should also satisfy the needs of people in wonderful life. Our people should have the right to have comfortable and cozy living in the cities. China speeds up the model of transformation of the cities by increasing the ability to make the cities inclusive and comfortable. So the high quality of road construction and the system reformation should be speeded up in terms of city infrastructure. We should continuously move forward the upgrade of the system of the utility management. And we should take into consideration the specific issues that we have in China. And we should take into account the environmental issues, but also we should take into account the loading that we have on the city, and we should scale it to the scale of the cities in China. In the process of planning and construction of the infrastructure, both the city transport, water supply, waste management, we should bring into life the new methods of construction. And we should stipulate the energy saving. And the improvement of the living conditions, housing conditions in the city shall be speeded up in terms of housing provision, making the housing affordable. And we should concentrate the efforts on solution of the problems of the city residents. We should also implement the reconstruction of the old districts in the city, and we should provide assistance to citizens in terms of cleaning and purification of reservoirs, and we should also provide support to medical inspections, medical facilities, and we should improve the quality of housing and solve all of the problems that exist in the cities. Preservation of the historical context of the cities, of the historical legacy is very important. And we should take care of the cities. We should protect the cities with historical legacy. Cities, towns, settlements, we should take care of the historical districts in the cities. And we should control the interaction between modernization and preservation of the historical and art legacy. We should develop the city development work, improve planning, construction evaluation. We should create the uniform architectural style of the city, and we should strengthen management of the cities. For improvement of the appearance of the city, we should create comfortable and clean environment in the cities. And we should provide services with intellectual services, with the Internet of Things, with cloud calculations, big data. And we should have security teams that will also provide all of the security required for housing and utilities. Also, districts should be safe as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the global warming and globalization of economy. We should take into consideration the approaches to city development, and we should promote the sustainable development, and it will be our common choice. Today's event, devoted to the World Cities Day, is the platform for discussion of all of the innovations and best practices, and I think that our joint efforts will help us to respond to different challenges related to urbanizations, and we will be able to create a wonderful future for the cities. And I would like to wish success for this event, and thank you very much for your attention. So I would like to thank you for your speech, and I wanted to speak Chinese, but probably it's too difficult to speak Chinese. Probably I need to study more. Especially, we have a lot of connections, and there will be more and more opportunities. Today, I was talking about the fact that today, at the end, we will have a ceremony of the launch of Shanghai Manual. It's really a very important thing, and in the next presentation, we will learn about what this is. I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Director of the Housing and Construction and Utilities, to Mr. Zhenjian. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we all know, the World Cities Day is a spiritual heritage of the Shanghai exhibition that was held in 2010. The forum that took place at the last day of the exhibition in 2010, the International Exhibition Bureau, the organizers of this exhibition, the United Nations, published the declaration in which they proposed to announce the 31st of October as the World Cities Day. It was the initiative of the Chinese government, and the support it was supported by the UN General Assembly. This resolution was adopted, and the 31st of October was announced the World Cities Day since 2014. As for the important achievement of the World Cities Day, it would be the Shanghai Manual that was created under the management of the United Nations Exhibition Center, different ministries of China. We published 4 editions of the manual, which is an important document in support of global urbanization and sustainable development. In this Shanghai Manual for 1920, we express and describe the spirit of the global exhibition, and also we describe the spirit of the World Cities Day of 2019, and it complies with the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. This year, those examples that are described in the manual are very representative and capture several countries and cities in Europe, South America, Asia, Africa, in many regions and types of cities in the whole world. And it has practical importance for the cities, which are now at different stages of development and levels of development. From the international perspective, it reflects and promotes concepts and tendencies and trends in terms of development of innovations and development. It describes the idea of transparency, and it also bears the educational role in compliance with all of the studies related to city planning, construction, and management of sustainable development in the cities. Today, we became the witnesses of presentation of this document. I would like to welcome everyone who would like to comment on this manual and maybe give more examples for further editions. Thank you very much. So here, for the ceremony, I would also like to invite the head of the city of Ekaterinburg, Alexander Vysokinsky, to proceed to the ceremony place. And I would also like to invite the Madame Muhad Sharif, the Deputy Director of UN Habitat, to join the gentleman. So this ceremony will not be held without our participation because this is our common ceremony. We're speaking about the involvement of the citizens in development of the city. That is why we cannot but take part in such an important event, which is important not only for China but for the other cities of the world, because Shanghai was the first city from which the history of celebration of the World Cities Day was started. Please put your hands on this manual, and the magic is in our hands. Please count from 5 to 1. So we have the final countdown. 5, 4, stop, stop, nothing will happen. I was told that if we have less than 300 voices, Shanghai will remain without the manual of 2019 forever. Please take part in this great deed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So we had 300 voices in the audience. I wanted to say, here comes the Christmas tree, but we have only 2 months left to wait. Thank you very much. It's the end of the photo ceremony, so everyone will have an opportunity to post their photo on Instagram. Please take your seats. So, you're welcome. And attention on the screen, please.
Поздравим Шанхай с обретением справочника 2019 года. Но признаюсь, что перевод manual как справочник все-таки не вполне.
It was very hard to interpret the word manual. It's not just the reference book, but it's also the guidelines. Guidelines on the formation of the city infrastructure, and maybe this is the main value of this book. Let's thank our guests once again for participation in our plenary session and for presentations. And we would like to ask them to go downstairs to the audience, because now we will have an opportunity to create our own document. It will be the picture of all of us. It will be a very difficult task. That is why we will need your support again. Everyone who is at the back rows and on the edges, please get to the center of the audience hall, because you imagine it will be really very hard to place all of the participants on the photo. And while you're coming, the camera
But in the course of this panel, you will be able to ask the speakers your questions in order to clarify certain points of their presentations. For that purpose, we will ask every speaker to stay for a little while on stage. Please get ready with your questions, and after the final presentation, you will be able to ask them. Volunteers with microphones will be in the audience. I ask for the stage the first pair of the speakers. These are Anne Lawi, accelerator from Nairobi, Kenya, and Irene Lina, director of the Institute of Regional Studies and City Planning. And I turn on the timer.
I would want to start by thanking the organizers of this event for inviting us here to share our work that we have been doing, developing innovations for sustainable cities. My name is Anne Lawi, team leader and head of operation for Pangi Accelerator. We work with young people, creating innovative technology solutions addressing urbanization issues in Africa. Now, I'll be presenting roadmap of facilitating innovation for service delivery in urban cities. Now,
Пожалуйста, слайды сделайте так, чтобы работали.
Hope my slides will come up.
Wait a second, please, Will.
Okay, as they fix the slides, I'll be presenting the roadmap for facilitating innovation for service delivery in urban cities. Our approach as Pangia is based on or is inspired by human behavior and proven framework in building smart and inclusive solutions that are resilient, agile, and future-driven. Kindly, if my slides can come up. Now, it's important to think of solutions that are able to address the smart city and the residents of the cities. This is embodied by the service delivery, but that any city envision to deliver to its residents. As they sort out my slides, I would want to share one of the solutions that I have seen. For example, in Calcutta, India, where they had an enormous population in informal settlement in a city, and they were not able to figure out how to deliver service. One of the things they did is to create an innovation.
The laptop is in that direction.
Okay.
Oh, let me check.
All right. Okay.
Let me check.
So let me know when it works. Been given permission to give you stories about innovation, so let's go on. So the city of Calcutta in India, they were struggling to deliver services for its residents, one of them being registering people or being able to know the number of people in the city. And what they did with an innovation powered by technology is to build a solution that was able to use geocoding, provided post addresses for all the residents of the Calcutta, certain informal settlements, and through that, the benefit of this technology was able to, one, enable these city residents to register their businesses. Secondly, be able to get services from the municipality, and they were able also to access credit for their businesses. That is quite profound when you think about it. From a place where a city is struggling to support its residents to providing a solution that is able to deliver services for the city. I'll be taking you through a framework that most cities can consider, or we consider as an accelerator, supporting innovation for urban cities. And it's our belief is that the solution have to be centered around people. You have to think of the people that you serve as a municipality or as a county. What does that mean? It means that the solution that you're creating have to be informed by the needs of the people. It have to address the need of the people. It's not people who build tech in most cases. They come from a place of it's a beautiful tech, it's a beautiful solution, it works. But you also have to think, how do you incorporate the residents of the city? How do want to find out whether my presentation is working? You have the
We're
clicker?
trying to help you with the slide.
Okay.
Wait a second, please. Как важны технологии, видите, даже в таких простых вещах. We are trying.
You see how important are technologies, even in simplest things.
Right. Okay. When you think of a framework, hope you can be able to catch on when the images come, but I can continue without the slides. When you think of a framework of delivering solution for an urban setting, you think of the people, like I mentioned. But also, the question you ask yourself, how do you involve these people? One of the key and core to this is engagement, making sure that their engagement, because the core of any solution, especially those that are meant to serve huge population in an urban setting, need to be founded and centered around people that it's meant to serve. People and their needs form an integral part in creating innovative technology-driven that are citizen-centric. Now, like I mentioned, engagement is very important, and using inclusive approaches that involve the citizen in designing, using model like co-creation, where you call different residents of a city and involve them in the process of creating a solution. Now, this feedback mechanism is very important because the city is able to provide, or the city residents are able to provide feedback on how the solutions work for them and how they would want this solution provided to them. Now, it's important because you need to get buy-in for faster for faster routes to market. In another word, if the city residents see the need to utilize certain solution, they'll be willing to pay for it. It's very important to think of the key goals that any solution need to have or need to address. In our case, we have three, and this key goal, one of them is universal service delivery for all the urban residents. What does that mean? Means that every resident have a right to efficient and effective service delivery from a municipality or county government, depending on the structure that you have in your cities. Secondly, if the service are efficiently and effectively delivered, that means that they can be able to pay for these services and they'll be willing to pay for these services. That means there is economic growth for the cities. Now, Sustainability is very key to this solution because it's a cornerstone, as any smart solution need to accommodate future technologies and future way of doing things. To sum up this, in a startup business world, you may think of it.
Everything have to be on time.
Okay, you have to think of it in 3 words. Is your solution providing, or is your solution addressing a dire need? Is your solution able to scale? And is the solution able to make money, whether you're a municipality or from a private sector? Now my slides are up. Hope they're working. Okay. So I'll be doing the first talk and my colleague Elena will sum it up. Like I said, you start with the people, which is the core. Make sure the city people are engaged and there is inclusion. Service delivery, which improve the quality of the people. Because of the services delivered and they are efficient and effective, they're able to increase the economic growth of a city, which at the end, you onboard the sustainability, which is the core to ensuring that the solutions are able to grow and sustain on their own. Now, the key pillars of any solution or any municipality solution that you may think of, or any solution that a municipality may think of for service delivery, may come from mobility, which is a key area, because you have to think of the key areas within a municipality that you'd want to deliver service for. In this case, you can think of mobility as a key area of innovation that a solution can be able to deliver a solution. In this case, one of the areas you may think of a smart solution is it able maybe to offer accessible, can it improve accessibility of transport to disability population of a city? Or maybe another area will be increasing healthcare accessibility and making it affordable. It can also be in energy. My colleagues will be talking about energy, or improving the green areas in the cities, which improve the quality of air in cities. Also, it's important for a city to think of its economic status, and maybe an area of innovation would be, how can you reduce expenditure in a city and allocate more budgets for development projects? You can also think of innovation in education, increasing the quality or access of education for different diverse population in a city. It can also be GovTech, improving the service delivery, or security, increasing or improving the safety of urban population. Now, for any solution to work in an urban setting, it's very important to think of enablers, which are key drivers for any solution. And key to that is data, because data is able to tell or inform the solution development from how things happened in the past, key learning from that, and predicting how things will be done in the future. But also it's important to think of how this data will be protected and the citizen feel secure to share that data with the government. An ecosystem is also very key to this process because it brings together different stakeholders who are able to collaborate and bring different expertise into informing how an innovation, a smart innovation, can facilitate service delivery in a city. Additionally to that is internal city teams' capacity to be able to deliver and execute this solution. It's important for a city to think how they can encourage its internal team, build its capacity to be more receptive to emerging technologies like AI, artificial intelligence, or blockchain. It's also important to have a forward-leaning policy and regulation that it's able to accommodate these emerging technologies, but also providing a regulatory framework that enables these solutions to thrive in any urban setting. Also key to this is funding and financing. And yesterday, as we are having our discussion, one of the key things that came out is, as a challenge, is funding for developing new technologies for municipalities and for the government. But also it's important to think, how can you attract smart funding? For example, working with private sector that is able to build and create this solution, use municipalities or the government as a distribution channels, and come up with a revenue sharing model that is able to benefit all. And key to this also, that brings us together, is technology, having a technology mindset that is able to foster and encourage continued innovation. My colleague Elena will be wrapping this up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. And dear colleagues, good morning. I wanted to continue the subject, and I wanted to start with historical experience. It's my personal experience. In 2010 in Moscow, we discussed the master plan of the development of the capital for the period to 2025. And at that time, of course, we did not have an opportunity to actively use IT technologies to understand how the population would respond to master plan development. And simultaneously in 26 municipalities of the capital, we discussed the master plan. Regardless of that tremendous number, 125 ranges, only 5,000 people participated in master plan discussion. Naturally, despite even this activity of the population, the results were rather sad. And the development of technologies today allows us to take into account the opinions of the population more actively in development of strategic documents. I can give you an example. Recently, we have finalized the strategy development of one of municipalities in Moscow region. It's small, only 126 people. But already at the stage of discussion of the strategy via internet portals, via various applications, about 11,000 people managed to participate. Just compare these two numbers and you will understand how great an opportunity is offered by modern IT technologies in order to take into account the opinions of the population in developing the documents. But this in itself is not enough as well. Yesterday, we had that very interesting panel when the people in the audience could interactively answer questions, and we have obtained the first feedback of that survey. You see them on screen. One of the questions was, what of the sectors is most favorable for innovation? And you see that the participants of our panel answered that in the first place, the services which are related to public services, mostly public health. This is very important. At the same time, I wanted to say that the meaning of that type of interactive surveys is very important, very significant, and this picture that you see right now on screen allows us to prioritize the areas of city development very clearly and feel what is the public opinion when you work on the main areas of development. And I also wanted to say that this is only a pilot project because our cities are developing in a difficult way, difficult route, and we may say that a smart city is just a toolkit which allows us to transfer, to move our cities to a new level and create cities, urban settings, which would be really convenient and comfortable for the population. I can give you an example when the opinion of the population was not taken into account. When in Moscow, simultaneously in many regions, graffiti were removed from the walls of the buildings because someone decided that they were not harmonic enough in the cityscape. And at the same time, in Moscow, there was a contest when in one small township, a whole group of foreign and Russian artists just made new graffiti on the walls of the buildings. So in the same region, Moscow and Moscow region, two contradictory decisions were made. What does it tell us? That when we develop a city development plan, we must be very careful about the opinion of the population. And today in UN Habitat, we are creating this separate sub-program, which looks like a computer game when we bring together a group of the people and they are trying to describe the city that they need. It's very important because the people themselves are not always complying with the requirements of city planning, but the most important is that they give us ideas to build a city which would be most comfortable for the people.
Of course, when we are talking about new technologies, their cost is very high. And my colleagues have mentioned that. We work a lot with the IT companies which are ready to implement their solutions into urban environments. And if the city is actively perceiving the changes which IT technologies bring into urban life due to the scale effect, due to the multiplication of the same technology at the territory of the city, it becomes very accessible. I would like to say that if we want to create a real comfortable city for the population, we need to apply smart technologies which will allow us to establish a city in the atmosphere of united creativity, when every person can contribute to the development of the city. On the screen you can see that there are certain risks related with the fact that our population is very diverse from the point of view of its material and technical position. IT technology implementation allows us to tell about division of the community. There are poor people, there are rich people. It changes the conditions of safety. It provides a system of permanent supervision on personal life. Not everybody is happy with that supervision and control. That is why I believe such an active participation of every member of urban community, each citizen takes part in discussion of the documents. It will allow us to take into account all the decisions. I know that many mayors of the cities have their own internet portals where they can actively interact with the population from the point of view of discussion of these decisions made. I know that they do not entrust their secretaries to be on their portal. They contact with population directly. To my point of view, if you would want to create a smart city, a real smart city, a city which will be comfortable for every person, for every resident using advanced smart technologies, we shall pay much attention to the contact which provides advanced technologies in order to take into account interests of all the layers of population. I would also like to show you innovations which could improve urban life. First of all, is accessibility. Accessibility is something that was mentioned by many participants of our forum, and we conducted similar survey working with Moscow and other cities of the Russian Federation. Actually, our city residents actively take part in the life of their own city, and one of the questions which I was impressed by is about which powers municipalities have from the point of view of development of the city, and almost all the residents supported the idea that these powers should be given to the municipal authorities in order to minimize the regional influence, because only the residents of this precise city can understand the problems existing on this territory. That is why, to my point of view, there is a time when we have to learn. We have to learn as a population, which requires improving life quality, and we have to learn as people who make decisions on city development. And when we have this mutual understanding and concordance in the sphere of decision making, we will have an opportunity to make our life in smart cities very flavorable and very nice. Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is Johnny Miller, Unequal Sins, Cape Town, South Africa.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing? My name's Johnny. I am a photographer, but I'm also the founder of African Drone, which is an NGO based in Cape Town, South Africa. And I'm here to talk to you today about frontier technology in inclusive cities. What I want you to really pay attention to in my talk is not so much what the frontier technologies are, although those are very important, and we talked a lot about those yesterday in our small group. But what sort of perspectives on inclusive cities can frontier technologies help us change? So I'm going to talk you through a couple perspectives that were changed from using frontier technology from my end, and then also how we're using those to create action, to create more sustainable cities. This is, wow. Let me walk this side. This is Cape Town. Okay. So this is Cape Town. This is the city that I live in. It's beautiful. There is a very clear perspective on what Table Mountain looks like. This is Table Mountain. Everyone knows exactly what the mountain looks like. It's got 3 peaks. So even the bumper stickers on our cars have those 3 peaks, right? I'd like you to reflect on what sort of perspectives you have in your own cities that you know intrinsically what those perspectives are. Now, 3 years ago, I got a drone. Drone's a frontier technology, right? I wanted to see what Table Mountain looked like with this drone, so I went to Table Mountain with my friends, and if you play the video there, you'll see the video that I took of my friends hiking on Table Mountain. So it's beautiful, right? Beautiful mountain, amazing perspective. My friend that lived in Cape Town, though, he saw that and he said, wow, I've never seen Table Mountain look like that before. So I had completely changed his perspective on what the mountain looked like based on the drone, okay? What we talked about yesterday, now this is my colleague Dai and Ilya's presentations, we were also in a conversation with Oleg, was how they're using frontier technologies to change perspectives in their own cities. So my perspective started to be changed, and I changed people's perspectives on Table Mountain. Dai is using games to change perspectives on her city of Brisbane in Australia. So she has this really innovative technology where people played a video game, and public participation was such that a lot of information was transmitted to the city government to help change service delivery in her city. Ilya is working to change people's perspectives on what transport means for people with disabilities. Oleg's doing the exact same thing. How can we look at designing cities for people with disabilities as a design feature and not a design limitation? What I want to talk about, though, is my project Unequal Scenes. No? Okay. Unequal Scenes. Unequal Scenes is my photo project. It's actually very awkward as a photographer to talk about your own photography without seeing it. So now I guess I'm more of an author or a storyteller, so I'm changing professions in front of you. My photo series was taking that idea, right? Taking the idea that a drone could change your perspective and looking at inequality in my city. Inequality is really, really bad in Cape Town. Actually, South Africa and Cape Town in particular is the most unequal city in the entire world. There's shacks, literally people living in slums, right next to people living in mansions with swimming pools. The photos that I took have gone around the world and have changed people's perspectives on what inequality looks like. The idea that I had was to go to this area called Masapumalele, and the resulting photo that I took of this area, which is basically a slum right next to a really rich area, went viral on Facebook. So I knew there was something there. I knew there was something about changing people's perspectives that was unique, that people wanted to see more of. So I went around South Africa. I went to Durban, I went to Johannesburg. People started picking up the story. There was news outlets, even in Russia, that were picking up the story. Newspapers in Russia, newspapers all over Europe, America, Australia. And I thought, this is incredible. I went to India, I went to Kenya, I went to Mexico. I was fortunate enough as a photographer to be traveling and taking these photos and literally starting to change people's perspectives. Now, you might ask yourself, so what's the point? If you're changing people's perspectives and you're making yourself feel good but nothing's coming out of it, what's the point? You're just making a career for yourself at the expense of these poor people. So I came up with a system, maybe it'll pop up on screen, of changing people's perspective, which is the C. So how can we get people looking at problems in a new and a creative way? What are the problems in your cities that you can see in a new creative way? And how can I help you do that? How can I train people to help people see in a different way? Then there's acknowledge. How do we change people's relevance to that image, right? That's nuance and context and explaining to people why the image is important. And only then can you go to action. Can you actually get people, policymakers, citizens, technical experts, to actually act on the problem? This is when I set up African Drone. Unequal Scenes is my photo series. African Drone is now an NGO, using drones to empower Africans throughout the continent, and we have international partners as well, to use drones for good. So what we try to do is drone camps, educational activities, bringing in technical experts to talk with lay people, and partnering with international organizations to really change the game in Africa from a non-profit perspective of just trying to use drones for good. Drones have kind of a negative connotation. Maybe some of you guys feel that, although you're all politicians and city planners, so I'm imagining you see the beneficial potential of drones as well. But what we're trying to do is to use drones to do things like in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, map the city of Dar es Salaam, which is much cheaper to do with a drone than with an airplane. And with a drone, you can fly over the city, take a whole bunch of photos, and turn that into a 3D map. So the resulting 3D map you can use to model floodplains throughout the city, to actually see when it floods what people's houses and what shacks and what informal areas will be affected by those floods. That's really important for risk mitigation, for disaster response, for insurance, for creating well-being and resilient societies. Another example in Nairobi, Kenya, I work with my co-founder Chris there to take drones, teach people in Kibera, which is one of Africa's largest slums, how to fly these drones, and then map their settlement, which has never been mapped at the level that we all experience here in Europe and America, which is basically greater than, let's say, 30 centimeters resolution. I know that's kind of a technical jargon, but basically it means that you can see what people look like on the ground with the drone. It's very high resolution. Why is that important? It's important to connect where people live to the deeds of their houses. So connecting that registration process is a big problem in Africa and something that drones are helping with. We flew over Kibera. It took us about 2 hours, and we created a map that now Map Kibera and OpenStreetMap are using in conjunction with the Nairobi city government to help bring that registration process down to the level of the individuals that live in those shacks in Kibera. So it's been incredibly successful. African Drone is going from strength to strength. We would love partnership. We have a big event coming up in Rwanda. Rwanda is a really progressive East African nation using drones to deliver blood. So another use of frontier technology for inclusive societies, delivering blood to your healthcare system. In a country like Rwanda with a lot of hills, with a lot of rain, a lot of blood is delivered from Kigali, which is the capital, to remote hospitals using motorcycles. They put blood in a freezer on the back of a motorcycle and they take it to the hospitals. You can imagine how much of a problem this is, right? So with drones, there's a company called Zipline which actually flies the blood in a drone, comes to a hospital, the blood comes out with a parachute, and the doctor takes the blood and goes inside and saves the patient. It's incredible. So what we're doing with the Rwandan government is to create a forum, the African Drone Forum, to bring companies like Zipline and like all the other innovative companies in Europe and Africa into a flying competition, into a symposium, and into an expo. This is happening in February in Kigali, so that everyone in the region, all the players, all the partners can start to talk about how these frontier technologies can create more resilient, more inclusive societies. That's our goal. It's really a shame that my slides couldn't come up, but it would be great if you guys wanted to go to unequalscenes.com or follow my Instagram, and then you'll see the photos there. But I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your attention in this challenging technical presentation, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet. Please take a seat. And the topic of the next double speech is urban renewable energy generation. And we have two speakers, Yongchen, International Renewable Energy Agency, RENA, Sustainable Urban Agency, Energy Innovation and Technology Center, Bonn, Germany. And Degre Saygin, Shura Energy Transition Center, Istanbul, Turkey.
Hello everyone, let's see if there's magic on the screen.
Всем
Okay, and I'm from International Renewable Energy Agency. It's an intergovernmental organization, and then why we're in the city forum. I'll explain why. And today, as we know, for sure, at least with high confidence, the climate is changing. We have data, we have a model, we failed the changing temperatures and the consequences that we felt as a city level. But this is not only, the reason. So we have also this. We know that is our climate security will be defined energy choice we are going to make today. And the choice is not many. There's only one choice. We have to deep cut the carbons from the energy sector. And a little bit pity that we cannot see the slides. And you can see this very deep curve. And from now to 2050, we need to cut 70% of the carbon emissions and compared to the reference scenario in order for us to keep temperature, global temperature, be below 2 Celsius degrees. And that's the Paris Agreement target. And that's the only part of the reasons actually cities and getting involved, because you can see when you show the curves and the different, look into the sectors, the building sector, transportations, heating and cooling, and industry, also within the city categories. They are actually those of sectors need to have a deep cut in carbon emissions. So that's the only reviews. When you see it from the emission mitigation perspective, that's only review part of the picture. And the other part of the picture is the cities are impacted, affected by the climate change. That's we all heard news. Newsletters, you hear, heat waves over the past two years in a row that's in Europe, and floodings in Asia, drought in Africa, and storms. Just last week, this weekend just passed. That's in California of United States, San Francisco Bay, Silicon Valley experienced 36 hours, no electricity. Think about it. Silicon Valley, that's the effect about 1 million customers. The reason why for that? The utility, PG&E. And they decided they have to cut the power off. Reason why? Because it's too dry, the temperature too dry, the airs, and too hot, and strong wind. They are afraid it's going to cause another wildfire that's in California. So they decided to shut the power off. Let about 1 million customers, nearly 1 million customers, without electricity. That's affecting Silicon Valley. And the cities are also coming up with some solutions. This is renewables and energy efficiencies. And this is also a lot of insights we learned and we got shared by our experts from yesterday. And I would like Dagger to spell that out.
Thank you very much, Yong, for this introduction on the global system. Yong will continue, but I just wanted to get in to be able to share with you some of the very interesting examples we've heard at a very dedicated plenary discussion and a workshop afterwards. We had experts from all around the world yesterday at our pre-event meeting, representing developed countries, developing countries, emerging economies, sharing their experiences from all different parts of the cities about how renewable energy uptake is being accelerating. One very interesting example was from Freiburg in Germany. When it comes to renewables, it's often thought that technology needs solutions, so we need access to technology and so on. But it's actually the example of Freiburg is showing people are the solution to accelerate the uptake of renewables. The local citizens have been driving, in the case of Freiburg, a very important renewable energy agenda in this urban landscape. Local citizens and the government are on a consensus in agreement to accelerate the renewable energy share. The local government, together with and also the municipality, obviously, is pushing this. So all different stakeholders are pushing a very important agenda. And thanks to that, at the moment in Freiburg, all different types of renewables, solar, wind, and others, as well as energy efficiency, is transitioning the city's energy system to a more sustainable one. So it's the people. And our young SDG ambassador has given us very interesting insights, and what he underlined was the role of the young generations. They want to engage in this transition. They want to reap the benefits, take opportunities for new jobs, for new businesses with their own entrepreneurial ideas, to be able to take part and take opportunities from the benefits the energy transition, renewable energy is offering. So it's the people, and at the center of that are the young generations driving the energy transition. Young.
Thank you. And here we see, two things. One, you see the red dots. What's about? It's renewable energy and climate targets. Those are city level. About 400 globally, 400 cities, they set up their targets, and they step up their efforts in trying to achieve, reduce the carbon emissions into the atmosphere. But also, from that chart, from this picture, you can see the other dots. All the rest, not the red ones, all the rest colors dot, they are from renewable energies, power plants installed globally at the city level. What does it mean? Economic reasons. It's making economic sense now. They don't need a target. Subsidies, great. But without this, you do it. But the big progress, have we reached the target there? No, not yet. And if you can see, here you see the change. I'll do one more time. Yep, here we go, you see. And the yellow dots are the, do you see the change? The yellow dots are the renewable, the places where with the highest renewable potential, solar and wind. And for the other dots you showed are the power plants fueled by the fossil fuels. So there's a long way to go. We need actually to replace those fossil fuels power plant by renewable energies and also clean energy resources. So there's a long way to go. How can we achieve that? That's a need, actually, a mix of measures we can take, policies, technologies, and every city is different. So they need actually very different solutions for each of the cities. And that's also come up from yesterday's panel discussion. And Dirk, please.
This is a very interesting slide, Yong. Thank you for showing this. It's actually showing how well the cities are making good progress. This is a promising development in terms of renewable energy targets. And what we see and what we discussed yesterday was often the cities are even more proactive, more ambitious than the national targets, national renewable energy targets. So there's a big opportunity here on the policy level. So if there is political will, if there is also support from the government, the cities can push themselves, becoming more ambitious in terms of renewable energy deployment. This is a very important message. And we've seen a very interesting example from the city of Ekaterinburg, this city, where we've heard actually to be able to estimate the potential for renewables, the city is planning in terms of data collection, in terms of developing tools, methodologies, and using these to carry out analysis to estimate the potential in the city for renewables and energy efficiency. This is a very important and a common practice which every city would need to do. And what we've also discussed yesterday, and my colleague Yong can explain that even further, it's on the cost competitiveness of renewables. It's often thought renewables are more expensive compared to fossil fuels. Actually, it's not the case anymore. They are mainstream technologies. They are becoming competitive in all parts of the world. And we heard from the case of Malaysia and from the case of Turkey, how with different financing models, with new innovative finance products, how renewables are becoming more and more cost competitive, how this is being enabled. This was also another outcome of our discussion. So new financing, new policies, new technology approaches, planning will need to be implemented. That's essential because the cities offer a lot of potential, but also these need to be sustained for future generations to continue taking opportunities from a renewable energy transformation at the level of the cities.
Exactly. Exactly. The next generations. So we need actually those measures, policies, technologies, not only be implemented by this generation, but actually by the next, by the youth. This is how we feel it's very important to have the younger generation engaged. And very likely that they are stepping up and voice what their concerns and trying to be engaged, and they don't want to be part of the solution, of the pollution, want to be part of a solution. Think about that. That is the paradigm they are going to frame for our future. And with that, they are the customers of every single business in next 20 years. If that's the customer voice, if you want to stay your business longer than 20 years, you'd better think what the future customer want. They want low carbon, they want. And with that, we would like to, share in this younger generations they're more and more engaged with over generation trying to take over entire the process and towards energy transition. With that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
И сейчас у вас будет возможность
Now you will have an opportunity to ask question. Volunteers of the forum are ready. You can raise your hand if you have a question. And there is the first question. Please clarify, please address your question to a speaker. My name is Denis. Good afternoon. I'm from the Moscow region. I have a question to Johnny. We are colleagues. 3 years ago, I purchased a drone and I also make videos, pictures, photos, and in my job we also use digitalization of the images from drones, and we are doing mapping. I work in the sphere on environment, and we work together with we work at the special protected environmental zones. Could you share your technology? How do you use digitalization? How do you in order to apply this technology of digital images? Our technologies also use multispectral, hyperspectral shooting. We also install cameras on drones, which is also could be useful for agriculture because it shows the concentration of crops, and it can be applied in the sphere on the environmental protection because we will have an opportunity to monitor emissions and contaminations using these photos from drone. If you used it in these areas, environmental and agriculture, could you also share your experience?
Very much for that. Yeah, we have partners in our network that use drones for agriculture a lot. There's a company called Aero Robotics based in Cape Town, and they create a platform that farmers can actually use drone data to more accurately water their crops, analyze which areas of their farmland is water scarce, that sort of thing. There's a variety of uses in Africa for, I'd say, multispectral, including, I don't know, water scarcity is the one that jumps to my mind, but obviously any sort of agriculture. Mapping is another big one. But I think since we're colleagues, what I would say to you, as far as a partnership could be concerned, is how are you changing people's perspectives in your field using drones in Russia? Because that's what's really interesting to me, is how people can go from everyone knows what we need to do, which is the action, to communicating that to people on the ground. And I think that the technology itself isn't going to do that. It's going to need intermediaries, clever communicators. And that's really where I feel like African Drone fits in. So we're the clever communicators that allow people to understand what we're doing and get them excited. And I think multispectral and a lot of new technologies are really sexy, really, interesting, but no one really knows how to use them to their best extent. So there's a whole kind of communications team that we work with to help kind of bring this stuff to the fore as well. So thank you.
By the way, Johnny, we have an opportunity to see your slides. We missed due to technical problems.
Awesome.
Could you please, you can show it in comment.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You know what? I'm just going to put this one up, the one with the golf course. If you guys can go back to the golf course image. Because to be perfectly honest, they all kind of look like this. This is the unequal scenes dynamic in my photographs. And you can see here that there's obviously a slummy area on the left, an informal settlement area, and then there's a golf course on the right. Sometimes there's houses with swimming pools. It's kind of a very simple conceit, but it works very well on social media. So people consume this media very easily, and it spreads very well. It spreads very virally. And it also communicates, I think, in a way that other images don't, what inequality means. It's not poverty, it's inequality. So there's two sides to the image. I wanted to stop on this photo just because it's interesting. Thank you. This golf course, for example, is a golfer. It's named after a golfer who was Indian, who was prejudiced during apartheid. He won a big golfing event, and he actually had to get his trophy outside in the rain because he wasn't allowed in the clubhouse because he wasn't white. And this golf course now has this informal settlement growing to the side of it. It's quite ironic in a way. This is Johannesburg, but there's a variety of photos from around the world, and I'm not going to spend too much more time talking about them. Mexico City, Mumbai, Nairobi, Baltimore in America. That has gotten people to use images like they use money, like they use currency. And by that I mean they can trade an image of unequal scenes, and in return they get a value. And the value is understanding what inequality means. I keep hammering this point because if people don't understand what you're trying to do, you're never going to have the public will behind your actions to actually make them successful. So if all of us want to create inclusive, resilient, healthy communities, we need to get people along and understand what we're doing as city planners. Thank you.
Thank you. Следующий вопрос, пожалуйста.
Next question, please.
Each other. If you want, if you have question, you can do that.
Okay, it works. John, this is a quick question because I'm very amazed by the technology is really changing, and that's also actually helps in terms of renewables. And a couple of things. First, how this we are right now one of the things we're doing the 3D for cities, and because that's very important, the rooftop and the height for shading, that's for model data. So how that's the drone technology can help actually at the city level? Can it be possible to process this kind of data and generate this not only for the image, but also this as you want to trigger a change, impact, and that's with that technology and facilitate the integration of renewable into cities, I think that's very impactful. So would you just elaborate a little bit how that could be helpful?
Sure, I mean, I'll just repeat my point. I think that there's technical experts that can actually affect the change. All of us sitting in this room know that the world needs to change because the world is not sustainable as it is now. The SDGs are something that we've all agreed to as a consensus, I think. Everyone on the stage and everyone in the room right now. The people on the ground, and I was just at the General Assembly in New York, are not all on board with the SDGs, right? Or they've got multiple ways of framing how we get to the SDGs. Some of those ways are not sustainable. So there needs to be a communications and a narrative shift that happens, and I think drones as a way to communicate ideas in a new way are a really powerful way to do that. I think also, and maybe you want to comment on this, how people fund those ideas is actually an incredibly important part of this.
Да, спасибо, но я бы хотела сказать...
Thank you very much. I would like to say about drones used in Russia, in Moscow region in particular. We have drones in order to register property. You know that in Moscow region there are a lot of so-called dachas, which are surrounded with high fences, and very often people do not inform the facilities that they built on their land plot. And the Moscow region authority uses drones for registering of such property. It's not a very positive information, to be honest with you, but nevertheless it allows to achieve a certain order and systemize the tax paying, which is also very important. It's not so beautiful as something that you say, but it's very useful as well. Thank you. Other questions, please? Please raise your hands and the volunteer will give you the microphone. Good afternoon, my name is Denis Kurочkin. My question is to Johnny again. You demonstrated pictures of inequality, this division into poor and rich. What is your solution? Do you just take pictures and that's it? Or you offer some solution? Because it's a systematic problems in capitalist countries. The further we go, the richer the rich people become and the more poor people become. It will continue. If you take pictures, it doesn't change the situation.
Ask this quite often, so it's a good opportunity to have a response in front of a lot of people. I'll start by saying that iconic photographs that have changed the world throughout history have not been taken by people who enact policy and by people who are technocrats. They've been taken by photographers. So to some extent, as a photographer, it's a little, it's interesting that people expect me to be able to also change the problems that I'm taking photos of. However, I will say that as an activist, what I tried to do is to educate people and communicate what inequality looks like, because I don't believe that it's been seen enough in the way that it actually looks on the ground. That allows people an intervention. So this is that See, Acknowledge, Act that I was talking about. It allows people a small window. It's an intervention really into their lives, because most people are looking at my photos on their screen, which is in their pocket. It's very personal to see a photo pop up on your phone, right? It's inside your bed, it's inside your house, wherever you're looking at that. It's an intervention into your life about what perhaps your actions are contributing towards. In South Africa, I can tell you, a lot of people told me, wow, I never realized it looked like that. That's really scary, don't you think? A wealthy person in South Africa not knowing that Cape Town looks that divided, that's fundamentally a problem. Now, what you do to change that is going to be the acknowledgement of the problem. That involves journalists, it involves data, it involves economists, which moves to action, which involves policymakers, activists, and community organizers. So it's not perhaps what I'm doing, it's what I'm facilitating as a catalyst that I think is really important. And just to close, the United Nations, multiple agencies, the World Bank, various media, and a whole bunch of educational institutions use these photos to teach students and to communicate what inequality is doing and what their policies are working to change. So it takes a spectrum of actors also, and that's why it's so great to be invited here. There's not all photographers in the room, there's people that actually can make change happen. I believe that we all shouldn't, and this is just me personally speaking, maybe I'm speaking out of line, I don't believe we should all make the same amount of money, but I do believe that there's a range, and right now that range is way too big. The people at the top are making way too much money, and the people at the bottom are actually getting poorer in places like America. Since the 1960s, people have gotten less money as a wage than they did in the 1960s. That just doesn't make sense to me. So this is about education, it's about catalyzing you to make the policy and to change things, and then it's hopefully enacting those changes.
I wanted to add to that, and this comes from a position of catalyzing the minds, but also stimulating the think process. When you think of innovation process, you start with identifying the need. It doesn't mean because you identify a need exists, you're the one to come up with a solution. But communication is an important aspect of any solution delivery, because if you don't understand it exists, then you'll never create a solution. But if you start from it exists, then you spark a conversation that this problem exists, and the question is, what do we need to do about it to address the solution, to get a solution around it? So you may not be the person who is coming up with the solution, but you start a conversation which is crucial to any process in innovation development.
Thank you. У вас будет возможность задать.
You will have an opportunity to ask speakers your questions during the long lunch break. We have 1 hour for lunch, and after lunch we all will have a very interesting agenda. We will summarize the results of the forum of Generation 2030. We will connect with the cities which celebrate the World City Days: Bilbao in Spain, Paris, the UN headquarters, and Istra from Moscow region. We will learn more about World City Forum, which will take place in Dubai, from representative of this forum from the United Arab Emirates, and the official closing ceremony will take place at the end with participation of honorary guests. Now I would like to thank our speakers for nice presentations and very interesting answers, and I wish you to enjoy your meal. Bon appetit.
Ровно час, пожалуйста.
1 hour. In 1 hour, we are gathering back here.
Okay, I'll go to the screen so that you can see me. It's fine. And you? Can you hear me? Can you see me? No me ve. Ana. Now? Okay. Espera. Yes, I'm here. I can wait for you, don't worry. From our side, it's a little bit dark. Ah, okay. Eh, eh, okay. We too, from this point, we will have big lights so that you can see better because I also with no problem. No, I think I'm fine for the moment. Wait a second. Check with my colleagues, the technicians, just in case they need anything. Wait a second, please. Mi voz? Sí. Um, okay. Can you hear me well? I think your name is Ivan. So, Ivan, I'm Monica, Anna's colleague. So, from our side, everything is fine. I checked with the technicians, everything is okay. So, Ivan, do you have any questions for us? So, basically, this is fine. So, we finish now. Yes, we can see you a little bit dark, but Ivan already explained that because you will have lights. You will that's the light. Esa es la luz, ¿verdad? Okay, that's the light we will have here. Okay, so you can see. Okay, Who are you? Sorry. Monica from UN Habitat, Spain. Okay, colleagues, we'll be in touch later on. Ciao, ciao.
Здравствуйте. Есть меня зовут, да? Нормально. У нас просто идет мероприятие, поэтому мы тестим в обход основной схемы. Так, ну, мы вас тоже хорошо слышим. Ну все тогда. Все, отбой. Я вижу, да, нормально тоже. Мы вас, в принципе, тоже хорошо принимаем. Все нормально. Я понял. Хорошо. До связи. Мгм.
This is Bilbao. We have. Hi, Ivan. How are you? It's fine. It's fine. But we have already tested. Is there any other concern? More louder, you mean? This is okay for you? Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, we see you in the middle of the screen. Yeah, that's fine.
Ivan, this is Monica. We already tested. Any concern with you? Ivan, we we already tested. This is Spain, Bilbao. Do you have any problem? No, this is Spain. This is not Paris. Bilbao, Spain. Bye. Vale, divertido.
Está París, que se ponga.
Y él está seguro que ella va a traducir, porque yo le estoy hablando en inglés, pero la gente español y él va a escuchar en inglés.
Claro, porque
Vale,
esa
vale.
será un poco la complicación que tenemos.
Ivan, this is still Bilbao, Spain. So we will stop the call. Wait a second because we will test something else.
Hello, good morning. Hel- Hello, good morning. Testing, testing from the interpretation booth. Testing. No, no. Hello, can you hear me from the booth? Can you hear the interpreter? Good morning. No, you won't see us because we're the interpreters. You will have other people on screen.
And see you in some minutes, okay? Okay, ciao, ciao.
speeches, and we will meet in 1 year, nobody knows where, but at the next World Cities Day. And today we have the last session, the third and the last. The young people who are here on the stage came here on the stage not for posting their pictures on Instagram. So some people come here to take their pictures for Instagram during the break. At the background of the logo of the World Cities Day that is hosted here under the auspices of UN Habitat. But these young people are participants of this Thursday session. So, sustainable development goals, we hear this expression more and more often. It also determines the policy and development of many cities in many countries of the world. And we have 17 people on the stage. They are 17 ambassadors of every of sustainable development goals. And it's typical that all of them are Russians. And they will tell us about how the ordinary people are involved in development of the cities. Usually it's the prerogative of the government, but we have young people, and now we will ask the people to tell us about it. So the coordinator of the Youth Councils of Russia, Valeria Dubravina. So, good afternoon. My name is Valeria Dubravina, and I would like to change my title. I'm the head of the Department of the National Council of the Youth and Children's Divisions of Russia. Also in the National Council, I'm responsible for the young ambassadors, the Sustainable Development Goals. Here we have 17 leaders who are selected at the highest level possible in Russia, and they represent different cities in Russia, and they represent the SDGs, and each of them is responsible for one SDGs, and they have certain achievements in implementation of these goals, and they also are responsible for providing information for the young people in Russia about the sustainable development goals and interaction of the United Nations with the young people. I would also like to mention that our hashtags, Innovation for Future and World Cities Day, would be our hashtags as far as we're young people, the biggest generation, the most interactive generation, mainly connected to the social networks. I think it will be us who will use the maximum opportunities that were provided by the internet and social networks. Yesterday, just before the World Cities Day, we had the workshop, and in English, this topic is pronounced as the implementing the urban dimensions of SDGs. In Russian, it's a bit more different, maybe not as beautiful as in English, the urbanistic aspects of sustainable development goals, but it's a better reflection of the topic of our session today. The National Council and the UN Habitat are cooperating since 2017, and the memorandum was signed on work and interaction with the young people. And the session that we had yesterday was our first joint effort together with our colleagues from UN Habitat. We're really very happy that this session was the session in which the public was very much interested, and we involved more than 80 young people from different countries. Those were representatives not only of the Russian Federation, but we also had the representatives from CIS countries and Asian countries and African countries. So we had a very large and variable audience. And besides, our session was visited by 3 top-ranked honorable guests, and we are happy that so much attention is paid to youth on a very high level. As honorable guest, our session was opened by the executive director of UN Habitat, Maimouna Mocharif. Also, at the opening ceremony, we had Vladimir Kuznetsov, the director of the UN Information Center in Moscow, Alexei Borisov, the deputy head of the Russian Association of UN Support, and also we were honored to have such high rank participation. All of the speakers, honorable speakers, they supported our initiatives on organization of this youth session. And I think that without them, we would not be able to get success in the implementation of our ideas. So that is why we would like to thank them for their support and the support of the Russian youth and support of the youth initiatives. So our session took part of several parts. After the official formal part, we had a discussion about the role the young people play in achievement of SDGs. We had the speeches from representatives from the Russian non-government organizations. We had the presentation of the deputy head of the Council of the Youth and Children's Councils of Russia. They told us about how the non-government organizations involve the young people in terms of Agenda 2030 and implementation of SDGs on how to provide training and involve youth. Everything is really very important. And we also had presentations by our colleagues from Malaysia, from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Climatic Changes. They also shared their opinion and valuable experience and practices on how the work with youth is built up and how the interaction between the government and non-government sector is built up. So besides, the representatives of Malaysia expressed their interest in implementation of the young ambassadors of SDGs in their country, and we will be happy to cooperate in this trend. We also had the representatives of the youth organizations from Azerbaijan. Our national council, Russian council, has long-term partnership relationships, and they're also involved in implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Besides, at our session, the director of the Institute of Local Community Development shared his views and opinion. It was really very interesting to see that Sergei proposed to establish the Russian network of the youth councils that would become the part of the global network of the Youth Council. It already exists under the auspices of UN Habitat, and the National Council is the member of this global network. Along with that, the participation in the discussion was also taken by the representatives of non-government urban companies involved in urban planning, urban development from different regions of Russia. For example, Ekaterina Sharma, the chief editor of the Urbanist magazine, and she shared her views relatively urban innovation hub about the fact how young people, simple people, ordinary people can contribute into reorganization and upgrade of their city, upgrade of their public spaces, etc. After that, we had small discussions with UN Habitat on UNMTCY, so they expressed their comments and they shared their practices and experience in the sphere of interaction with the young people. It's really a global network that unites young people and different youth organizations all the world over, and they represent their interests at the largest international platforms in the United Nations and other UN structures, both at the regional and global level. Besides, the third part of our session was devoted to 17 sustainability development goals, and we would say that this is the second set of the young ambassadors. We've already had one team, and we were inspired with the project in 2017, and as soon as we were inspired with this project launched by the United Nations, and it was the first time when all of them got together here in Ekaterinburg, and we are happy about this fact. And in their presentations, the guys told us about the sustainable development goals and how these goals are tied together and how these goals are integrated into city development. This city is conducted with the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the support of the Information Center of the United Nations in Moscow and the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Rosmolodezh and other partners at the highest level in the Russian Federation. Thus, I would like to give the microphone and to give the floor to the representative of the young ambassadors, to Ekaterina Novikova, who is responsible for SDG number 11, development of the cities. Good afternoon. I'm like the one who doesn't let the freedom to happen, but I would like you to stick to the time because we have the TV bridges and everything is closely tied to the satellite. That is why we need to stick to the time. Dear friends, thank you very much for being here. And you are almost very close to the last session. So, dear friends, we're doing one and the same thing. We are involved in the life of the cities. We're making the cities sustainable. We're making the cities smart. And we're making it in such a manner that each of us and our future generations would have better life. And I will take 2 minutes of your attention. So right now on this slide, you see all 17 strategic sustainability development goals, and I will explain how these goals are interrelated and how these goals are interrelated with our directions about the cities. And the ambassadors are standing now on the stage just to demonstrate that every single goal is connected and interrelated, and everything they are doing on their goal contributes into the lives of those people who live in the cities and settlements. Here we see 17 goals. I've been thinking how I will present it briefly, and I decided to split it into 3 things. First would be the community and the people, because cities are the people, and I'm really grateful to those ambassadors who work together with me and who work on those aspects such as healthcare. It's Ekaterina Ivan who is responsible for agricultural products, and for those territories which are located in the rural settlements, to those people who are involved in the struggle with poverty, education. Of course, in the cities, unfortunately, we still see such things as inequality. And we have 2 ambassadors who are involved in this goal. It would be Maria and gender inequality, and Alexei, who is involved in the issues of different kinds of inequalities. So it means that he is trying, no matter of kind of diseases people have or the color of the skin people have, they should feel comfortable in the city. So these are the issues he is resolving. So for these 2 days, we've paid a lot of attention to different technologies, because technologies is something that at the moment could make our city more comfortable, cozier, and it could make our transportation smart. Our dwellings will be warm enough, and I'm really very happy to introduce those people who are involved in the projects related to water supply. It would be Angelina, and energy, those people who are responsible for the projects in this sphere. It would be Arina and Ruslan. They're responsible for providing the information in the financial sphere, so issues related to financial literacy for those people who live in the rural areas, agricultural areas, and so they cooperate with the mentors from the city areas, urban areas, and they help people to enter the universities and just to equalize the inequality that we have at the moment. Piotr, who will speak about the 9th goal. So we don't know who Peter is and who Alexei is. Probably those guys who you introduce will stand up. And Ekaterina, who is responsible for waste management and waste separation. And in the first turn, probably she's involved in responsible consumption. And probably it depends on us, the level of consumption that we provide. And so it will depend on us on how much waste we will generate and how we will reprocess it. And now we'll have to finalize this part, because I've got a signal from space that the TV bridge is ready to start. That is why you have a chance to finalize. And the guys who are involved in another important issue, such as environment and climate, Because, we can build wonderful cities, but if once we are flooded, every year it's more and more difficult to cope with it, and our health will worsen, and we have Lubov, who is involved in partnership. And I think that each of us and all of us together will continue our communication, and we will continue to do our small projects together every day, today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Thank you very much for your attention and for what we're doing together. Thank you very much to you as well. Thanks to all of you ambassadors. You can take the seats in the audience because we continue our program, and you will take part in our TV bridge. Please, applause to the participants, to the ambassadors. So this morning in Instagram, I read an interesting post from one psychologist who I really like because I'm subscribed to his post. And the post was devoted to aging. And was said that aging is not the category in your passport. And everyone knows that it could be a child who could be mature, being 10 years old. And we can meet guys who are 30 years old, but they are infantile. And the thing is that this is the manner how they determine the responsibility, how they are capable of solving their own problems and face the challenges. And that is why we see that these guys who were on the stage, they are capable of solving these city problems, and they're capable of solving the problems of existence in the today's world, and this is their responsibility, and they declared their maturity. And we wish the adult people are mature. Those people who are adult in the passport, we wish them to be mature, because unfortunately their attitude towards their living is such that they are waiting as if somebody should come and take decisions and solve all of the problems for them. And they always ask, finally, when you will solve the problems? When will I feel good? When will you do something for me? But I think it's changing. We are on a proper way on changing the model, changing the attitude. Historically, we are moving towards it, but we think about the involvement of every single resident in the life of his city, maybe at a very small sphere of his residence, but maybe globally. They will be involved in the life of the entire city and in the principle of the city existence. Now, in a minute, we will have a TV bridge. And I would like to invite, in the first turn, I will switch to English.
General and Executive Director, UN Habitat, Madam Maimuna Моншериф. И, можно сказать, хозяин сегодняшнего форума.
And I would say it would be the host of today's forum. I'm like a rock star. I switch into two languages. The head of Yekaterinburg, Alexander Vysokinsky. So you see, everything is ready. The channel is ready.
Which is on the table. The microphone, I mean. I think not, it's in English. It will be in English. Вы можете использовать наушник.
So you may use your headphones and you will get the simultaneous interpretation.
You can start. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Dear colleagues,
Unfortunately,
Let's change. Okay. Try it.
Hello? Yeah. Dear colleagues, thank you for celebrating the World City Days today. Hi, Kaman.
Hi, good morning from Bilbao.
Yeah, hi from Yekaterinburg. And we have 2 days here. We started yesterday, and it's a very great moment for us to be here. And with the white snowing still outside, even though the weather is cold, but we are very, very happy to have a very warm hospitality from Yekaterinburg. And we discuss about at least three topics on innovation, digital, frontier technologies, and also the involvement of the youth. And again, I would like to see how the three or the four focus that we've been discussed for the past yesterday and today to be implemented in the cities and in the countries. So as you know that now the cities are about climate change, climate actions, and we need innovation and also creativity to tackle the urban challenges. And again, this is not only in terms of innovation, we're also talking about human rights and how the disadvantage been taken care in the digital era. And again, Carmen, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Sharif. Thank you for having or for giving us the opportunity for connecting this amazing city with the global celebration of the World Cities Days. For me, it's an honor to introduce the Vice Chancellor of Territorial Planning, who will give you some details of the discussions that actually we've already started during this celebration. And you have the floor. Bueno, egunon, egunon. Good morning. Good morning from Bilbao.
Good morning.
Pleased to see the headquarters for the World Cities Day. And we're very pleased due to two reasons. First of all, because our minister has said that in the Basque Country we will have an urban agenda that will be presented this month. And we've also been working on this agenda for some time now, and we've had a very broad participatory process with the institutions, the citizens, the research centers, universities, businesses, experts, and the citizenship in general. So we believe this will be a document that brings together all different positions, different active Basque country. In a few days, we will be passing this document. We will be presenting it publicly in the Euskadia Conference the 25th and 26th of November in San Sebastian. Today, we will be addressing one of the aspects of the agenda, which is innovative. And speaking about innovative, we are before the situation as literally was able to recover itself after the of 1918, and it was able to overcome the situation, being aware of the risks and challenges of climate and also resolve city weekend and has become a city that was now the cultural capital and the capital of services and activity for businesses and entrepreneurship talent that used to be an industrial city. But now it has also an integrating city that takes its citizens that is always trying to get more social focus. In Bilbao, we also have one of our pilot neighborhoods experimenting on urban regeneration, one of the big ones. In this neighborhood, putting in place innovative initiatives and concrete practices. Citizens agenda includes, because we that there is still a lot to do, many things that have to be done before 2050. We've identified the problems, we've chosen, set challenges, and what's most important, amongst all, we've chosen a number of actions that now we need to implement. We now have to start implementing and acting. That's everything. Thank you.
Several threads to discuss today. Madam Sharif, I don't know if you want to share with us how's the reservation in Ekaterinburg, or you like to pass to other cities that will be connected soon.
Thank you very much, Carmen. This is what you talk about technology. We are in Yekaterinburg, you are in Bilbao. We can communicate, we can discuss things, you can also share our celebration here and your celebration there. And this is one of the success of technology. Second is in Yekaterinburg, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, even though it's snowing here, but we are very warm in this room. And we had 2 days pre-event of the World Cities Day yesterday. We had panelists after the opening ceremony, the panelists, 3 in terms of the innovation, digital technology, frontier technology, and also how to look into the renewable energy. And apart from that, we also discuss about affordable housing and also the involvement of the young people in the generation 2030, because UN Habitat put full emphasis on the young people. And in line with our theme, this World Cities Day is on the future generation. How can technologies and also the frontier creativity, innovation can trying to solve, if not mitigate, our urban challenges, and also in terms of the finding the relevant solution. And I hope that by the end of today, when we had the closing ceremony, you will get the feedback from the 3 workshop and the 3 panel discussion about the way forward. And of course, we have a very great participation here, 650 participants from 32 countries. It's a very big moment, and I would like to say thank you also to the mayor of Ekaterinburg and the people of here. Over to you.
We had to say goodbye to Bilbao because the next.
Okay, so I
Thank
think
you so much. And now, Alexander Григорьевич, пожалуйста, вам слово.
And now I would like to give the floor to the mayor of Ekaterinburg. Now we'll see how you will communicate. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let me welcome you heartily from the city of Ekaterinburg. Today we have been discussing the common challenges that the development of the city faces, and regardless of which city a person lives, it is important to have a favorable environment and perspectives of living at the urban areas, jobs, technologies that will be used to make the life in the city more comfortable. It's nice to recognize today that a lot of young people take part in our discussions, those people who are under 20 or a bit over 20, because these will be the people who will build our cities in the future. Personally, and on behalf of all of the residents of our city, I would like to welcome you and express the words of gratitude to Mrs. Sharif, to our colleagues from UN Habitat for using the new technologies. The cities do not have boundaries, such boundaries as countries, but borders disappear borders related to the lack of communication, and our today's TV bridge is a real confirmation to this fact. Let's build the future of our cities together. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Коллеги,
Carmen, are you there?
Слышите?
So, colleagues, can you hear us?
Дали микрофонов никому. Видите, микрофонов нет, никто не может взять слово.
So we see that they don't have microphones and they cannot speak. So, but we cannot give them our microphone. I suppose they don't see us or don't hear us because we don't see the image on the screen. So it seems like they are in the standby mode. So that is why you will have to say hello again, because I understand that they don't hear us. Please let us know if we have the communication. Okay, let's do it this way. We will ask Alexei Kuznetsov, the deputy head of ISTRA, to say a couple of words as the words of hello to our colleagues in Ekaterinburg on behalf of ISTRA City District. The participants of the forum, on behalf of administration of the city of Istra and on behalf of the head of our city, Tatiana Vitusheva, and we are happy to welcome all of the participants in the Holy Land of Istra. And Istra is waiting for new friends and for new the audience. So, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear us? Please wave your hand. Operation, we have the international conference. And today we had discussions, and we've been discussing the challenges that the large cities and small cities face. But we
Попрошу вас последовательно переводить, потому что когда синхронно, то мы все слышим только английскую речь.
Сейчас слышно?
Да, отлично, что-то получается. Класс, мы это сделали. Если можно, пожалуйста, представляйтесь, когда начинаете говорить, потому что мы не очень точно видим картинку и не сразу видим, кто перед нами.
Глава города Екатеринбурга, Высокинский Александр Геннадьевич. Рад всех приветствовать.
Мы тоже рады вас приветствовать. Давайте поаплодируем.
Перевод успел. Коллеги, независимо от размеров города, нам нужно очень четко понимать, что главное в городе это не здания и дороги и сооружения.
Dear colleagues, in spite of all the size of the city, we know that all the things, all the development which we are dealing with, the main important thing is people, and the people potential in something that is a key factor of the future development of any city. Technologies, which are changing us, they will change once in 20 and 30 years. It was very difficult for me to explain to my younger son that he can go to school without an iPhone. It was very difficult for me to understand my son that long ago we had a water station where we could take water from if we would like to drink some water. Technologies are changing us, but we are still people. And we have common understanding of human values. Happiness, love, understanding of perspectives on the territory of your city. That is why today we have discussed these problems in Ekaterinburg within the frameworks of the World Cities Day, and we came to a very interesting conclusion. Number one, technology is a tool. It is not a target. Number two, the future of the city depends on the population of this city. And number three,
Если можно, пожалуйста, Александр Геннадьевич, вы прервитесь на секунду, потому что я сейчас вынужден перевести назад на русский то, что вы говорите.
unfortunately, they hear in English and he has to translate.
Да, у нас Александр Геннадьевич говорил о том, что ему трудно объяснить своему сыну, почему нужно ходить в школу без айфона и как вообще это возможно. Но тем не менее, несмотря на приток новых технологий, мы остаемся людьми, и есть такие категории, как счастье, любовь, перспективы, и это все остается в рамках вот такого человеческого гуманитарного состояния. Сегодня мы обсуждаем эту проблему в Екатеринбурге, и мы понимаем, что, во-первых, вот несколько важных моментов. Во-первых, технологии — это всего лишь инструменты, и, во-вторых, ну, важные инструменты, но инструменты. И, во-вторых, будущее города, оно всегда основано на людях, которые живут в этом городе. Сейчас можно продолжать по-английски. Мы готовы.
And the key factor, the most important thing, is that today we, with our colleagues from UN Habitat, agreed that we will establish a resource center here in the territory of Ekaterinburg in order to work with our colleagues from municipal authorities, in order to have one point of communication, one platform of our communication, one point of sharing our experience and discussion of new standard approaches from the point of view of city development. It's a very good thing we invite the city of Istra to take part in this cooperation. We will be happy to meet our colleagues here in Ekaterinburg, to welcome them. We have a lot of things to discuss because we have many issues in common. We will be happy to invite you.
Спасибо большое. Итак,
Thank you very much. The key
фактор, это я перевожу, поэтому можно в четвертый раз уже не переводить. Ключевой фактор — это то, что мы сейчас обсуждаем и согласны с тем, чтобы создавать в Екатеринбурге рекреационные центры, курортные центры, и здесь мы будем находиться в контакте с муниципальными властями для того, чтобы создать единую платформу для обмена опытом, обмена мнениями, вводить новые стандарты, развитие.
ресурсные центры.
И да, спасибо. И мы приглашаем Истру для этого сотрудничества, надеемся провести встречи и приглашаем в Екатеринбург для обмена таким опытом.
Спасибо, Истра.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Istra.
Вполне логично. The next point is Paris. Paris is ready to connect. Could you please, Madam Sharif?
Yes. Hello.
Wait a second.
We're now ready to connect.
Yeah.
Bonjour.
Hello, Paris.
Hello.
Good afternoon from Yekaterinburg.
Good afternoon from Paris.
How's the celebrations in World Cities Day in Paris?
Well, it's going very well so far. We're very excited. We are people from all over the world, and we're sharing our experiences and best practices from Africa, from Sweden to Africa, and from the US to Ireland.
Yeah, the same as in Yekaterinburg. We started with the workshop and panelists for 3 workshops on the innovation, digital innovations, and also frontier technologies, and on the energy, renewable energy. And apart from that, we also discussed on the affordable housing and from 32 countries here in Yekaterinburg. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite the Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO, Mr. Ernesto Otone. Thank you.
Hi, it's a pleasure to see you and to hear you. Very happy to have you. And human vision, and not only taking technology and advance and development by their own, but to try to put something that it's a human level. So it's a pleasure to have you right now with us.
Thank you. And please also share with us share with us your celebration in Paris.
Well, as you know, UNESCO is from this year has, and somehow we are trying to put all these programs together to show the importance that at the local level we can attain the sustainable goals. World.
Thank you, UNESCO, for joining UN Habitat, and also very much.
I just wanted to implement the global goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. For UN Habitat, the youth is a very, very important partner in dealing with our program and also our project. And we have a very active youth unit in UNESCO, and creating the opportunity, working with the young people by setting up the one-stop center in various countries, and also putting up the capacity building in terms of training and skills for the young people to look for the to create the jobs. It's not we are trying, our program is trying to make the young people as a job creators instead of job seekers, by giving them the opportunity to have the skills and training. And this is very important to us. We have already funded around, for the past 26 years, the UN Habitat is already have a program in 172 cities in 63 countries in Africa, Asia, and Pacific, Latin America, and Caribbean. We also have funded 365 youth-led projects through the Urban Youth Fund, sponsored vocational training and credit mechanism for entrepreneurship, including agribusiness and employment. We also help youth gain employable skills and opportunities, and also increase in the involvement of the young people in the local governance in 83 cities through the World Urban Youth Council and Network. And we would like to continue working together with the young people in line with the youth strategy, the UN youth strategy that been launched last year. Over to you.
Very well.
We have one more question. Yes, please.
Greetings, everyone. Dear Mr. Otone, as we all know, and as you've mentioned, that UNESCO is a specialized UN agency with a comprehensive mandate in culture, education, the sciences, information, and communication. Could you please share with us UNESCO's vision in making these areas even greater contributors to our common pursuit for prosperity and sustainability, both in cities and beyond? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Very big question. But first of all, we have to understand that when we are talking at local level, at city level, we are not only speaking about authorities. We are also speaking about community. We are speaking civil society. Young people are very important, and as you know, in some of our country, they are changing some of the internal policy, or are trying to change some internal policy. Going to your question, yes, UNESCO is working, first of all, by trying to understand that solution for cities cannot be given one, by sector, or by program. It's a way to introduce a new vision to attain these sustainable goals as a whole. And it is clear that it's not so easy to integrate education, science, or school in one, because I've not had the experience to do it. Because somehow the states understand the way that we should do things. Today, it's more easy because it's complementary, it's transversal, it's a way to understand that solutions have been given not by people that are sitting somewhere in Paris, but they are doing by people that are sitting in their cities, by local authorities, by the community representative, by young people who are managing to offer us new vision of how we should embrace the future and to do this sense of community. Because at the end, a city is a community, is a big community of differences, of diversity, that want to share a lifestyle that give them opportunity to grow, not only economically, but also as a society. We're gonna launch in the next weeks, months, a series of indicators to measuring and the contribution, in this case, of culture in sustainable development at the local level, not only at national level. And that's a way that we're gonna be able to show where are affecting the SDGs, not only at national level, but also at local level for sustainable development and to try to do. So we have ahead a long journey, as Executive Director said, and we hope that in this part we will be able to join all the agency of UN in one big project that will make us proud in 2030 to be at least try to achieve something that are for the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Paris.
Thank you, Paris. Thank you very much
Merci,
for joining
Paris.
us. And bye-bye from Yekaterinburg.
Thank you. Bye.
Ну, поаплодируем, прощаясь
Будьте
с Парижем.
здоровы,
Неизвестно,
дорогие
когда
коллеги.
увидимся снова с этим прекрасным городом.
We wish you be healthy and happy, and we will see this wonderful city again, and together with our friends and colleagues in Istra, Bilbao, and Paris, we would say goodbye to our speakers who made this dialogue possible. Thank you very much. And in the next session, we will invite you for the closing ceremony again. The closing ceremony of the World Cities Day. And now I would like to give the floor to the moderator of the next session. So please have your picture taken. You see, technologies move forward. Today it's possible to contact the cities which are in 1,000 kilometers from us. Of course, not everything goes smoothly because you see a lot of factors influence the level of communication. Yesterday on this stage we were discussing that some of us had dreams in the childhood when we can talk to people in the other cities and see them at the same time. There were a lot of fiction stories about that, but now we are doing it just with the help of the conventional smartphone, and we can do it even on the screens, and it's possible. So, and now I would like to invite the moderator of the next session, the head of the Russian Association for UN Support, Alexei Borisov. Please welcome on this stage. And we will welcome you with an applause. And we will give the microphone to you. And I suppose you will introduce your colleagues, so the participants of your session. So please try. You know, the entire scenario is in English, but I think you will not be scared. I would like to invite, for participation in the panel session, Tatiana Kolpakova, who will represent the World Health Organization, the Russian office. Natalia Merkusheva, who is representing the FAO organization, who came from the headquarters in Rome. Vladimir Mashkala, the representative of the Environmental Program of the United Nations in the Russian Federation. And Kirill Aparin, representative of the Electrotechnical Union from the Moscow branch.
Тогда я, наверное, сюда, да? МС у нас здесь сидит.
Место МС занял. Да, уважаемые.
So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of our panel session, as you see, our panel session is called Linking the World Cities Day to the United Nations System. So it means that we provide the link for the cities the cities which take part in the World Cities Day, and we tie them together with the United Nations system. And I'm really very happy and taking the advantage while the mayor of this city is still in the audience. I would like to take the advantage of expressing the words of gratitude to the administration of the city, to the authorities of the Sverdlovsk region personally, to the governor Evgeny Kuivyshev, and to the mayor Alexander Vysokinsky that they take part to such an important UN forum and host the forum here in Ekaterinburg, because Ekaterinburg is my hometown. This is the town where I was born, the city where I was born, and this is the capital city for the UN World Cities Day. It's nice to recognize for myself, for my friends, and I'm absolutely confident that there is also an opportunity to declare the potential, the creative potential of our region. And I'm happy to welcome you on behalf of the Russian Association of UN Support as the head of this association, and also on the name of the MGIMO rector, Evgeny Tarkunov. And I'm happy that we interact together with UN Habitat program, and I know that Ekaterinburg is interacting with this program not for the first year. And as you know, in 2018, the Russian Association of UN Support organized the meeting of the governor of the Sverdlovsk region, Evgeny Kuivyshev, with the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, where the presentation about implementation of the 2030 Agenda Sustainable Development Goals was made. And it was a very interesting, productive meeting. And at the same time, at this meeting, we came to an agreement that here in Ekaterinburg, we will host the World Cities Day. I would say that we should not waste time because, as you know, UN, it's not just the UN Habitat, but it's also a program and other programs on organizations of this system under UN. It's really a large team, and we have a similar national team in the Russian Federation. Here I would like to mention that we have not only the representatives of the national team, but we have representatives of the UN headquarters of different programs. And I would like to give the first floor to Tatiana Kolpakova, who represents the World Health Organization and its office in the Russian Federation. Thank you very much. I think now everyone can hear me. And I hope everything is okay with the presentation. So everything works perfect. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, participants of the forum, dear Mrs. Sharif, Alexander Vysokinsky, thank you very much for organizing this forum. I remember the words that were pronounced by Alexander Vysokinsky at the opening, that all of us, we rented this planet from our children. That is why I would like to sign under these words, and I'm ready to take these words with me back home. I'm happy to welcome the representatives of the municipalities who are here in the audience. And I'm happy to welcome the ambassadors of the Strategic Sustainability Development Goals. And I think that there are some people among you, and we'll be happy to think about the fact that there was a moment when we had a chance to take part in the same meeting or conference, that one day one of you will become the head of the World Health Organization or maybe Secretary General of the United Nations. I wish you success in the future, and I hope that everyone who is here in the audience will not argue the fact that health is the condition and the mandatory result of all of our activities shall be related to certain individuals or public society as a whole. And very often those people who have any kind of health problems, they will not be able to implement their creative potential. And as for the government, the costs on healthcare in average would be from 3 to 7% globally of the gross national product. These are really very big figures. That is why I would like to tell you today about the healthy cities, what the healthy cities are. This is the global trend oriented on the issues of preservation of health, and these issues should be reflected in the policies of municipal settlements, whether it's related to social, economic, or political agenda of city administrations. This trend of healthy cities, is very well known in the world. And for example, in 2016 in Shanghai, there was a global conference on strengthening people's health. And in the scope of this conference, there was a dedicated forum of the mayors of healthy cities from all the world over. And in the European region, this trend also exists for more than 30 years, and it counts more than 100 participants and about several dozens of national networks in which they have their own members. And here I would like to stress that the modern global agenda and the solution and decisions taken at the most recent international forums, they establish very good conditions for healthy cities trend. And so in May, the Assembly of the World Health Organization adopted the program for 2019-2023. And it was stressed that the achievements and capture of in all of the services in terms of healthcare will be possible only through sectoral cooperation in the interests of health. And this is really a critical parameter that we need to achieve. It means that the health interests should be present in any agenda, in agenda of any department in municipal or city administration. Those Sustainable Development Goals that were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 consider the common actions in the interest of everybody and every individual without leaving anyone outside the scope of attention. And here the cities would take a unique place, and they will provide leadership in the interest of health and prosperity. And we have very difficult and different relationships between authorities and other sectors, such as public sectors, business sector, local authorities. Here the local authorities would have the right to and the authority to influence the decisions, the so-called social determinants of people's health, those factors which are outside the scope of healthcare but determine the inequality in health condition. Here I'm speaking about the reasonable city planning with available parks and city spaces, city transport, water supply, sewage, sanitation. So this is nothing related to healthcare. It's not about the high technologies in healthcare. Advertisement of food products, education of population in health issues, city infrastructure that would provide safety for the children, that would exclude children's injuries, for example. If we consider preservation and strengthening of the people's health from this standpoint, we will see that all healthy cities will be the key partner to the platform, and it will be the main motor in implementation of decisions taken at the global levels. And it's the implementation of those decisions at the local levels. Once we are speaking about the fact, once we are speaking about the fact that by 2030, 18% of the population in Europe will live in the cities, It accounts for the fact that the transformation will take place in the cities, and it will be the transformation to sustainable community. And here we will see whether success or failure in achievement of this goal. And in the cities, at the same time, we will see processes related to prevention and mitigation of social and economic inequalities among the residents of the cities. And we know that the population of the planet and the population of the cities is aging. And this is the challenge to which we were not prepared, to which the social institutions and infrastructures were not prepared. And the same will be related to urbanization, because this is really a young phenomenon, and the social institutions were not prepared for this. I'm not speaking about Russia, and hence the growth of the economical activities, along with the positive impact, is also associated with the air pollution, noise levels, increase of the waste generated, which result in non-infectious diseases. And what shall be the main guideline and the main principle when we proceed with solution of these multiple issues? We should always remember that all of the measures that are undertaken in terms of health protection and inequality reduction will result in social equality and environment preservation, and it will result in economic benefits. And we should always remember about this. And the World Health Organization recently published results of the studies that the healthcare measures, when undertaken, they result in economic benefits, both to individuals and to society as a whole. And we should consider such resource that we use for health protection. We should consider it as an investment into our health of this generation and of the future generations. And that is why, in order to provide the technical support, the World Health Organization publishes some instruments and guidelines. And we would like to recommend everyone to use these guidelines. And in conclusion, I would like to say that we have a city of Vologda in the north of the Russian Federation, which is famous for wonderful pieces of art that I can demonstrate here. And this city is the member of the network Healthy Cities. And I think it symbolizes the interactions that we have in the society. And I would like to wish that as a result of our work and our cooperation, we would see such picturesque pieces of art at the city level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tatiana, for such an interesting presentation. And here I would like to give the floor to Natalia Merkusheva, who will present an office of Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations with the headquarters in Rome. Natalia, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I represent FAO. I'm from Rome. I would like to join my colleagues and thank the organizers for such an event. Thanks to the participants for your participation. And I would like to present Urban Food Agenda, which was developed by FAO on the basis of Urban Agenda, which was presented recently by UN Habitat Free. Today we were talking a lot on how to provide sustainable development of the cities. And I would like to ask you, participants, who of you have you ever thought about importance of food for the cities? Thank you very much. I'm talking that we all eat a number of times a day, and we have many challenges which are set in front of the authorities and municipalities from the point of view of provision of food. Countries with a high percentage of rural population, about 70% of all the food is consumed in the cities. About 30% of all greenhouse gas emissions are produced during distribution of food products. 1/3 of the whole load on roads is products delivery, food delivery. Food and green waste occupy more than 50% on the whole volume of urban waste. I don't know if you're familiar with the fact, but utilization of this waste is usually the most budget intensive. I will not expand on the fact that now the percent of obesity grows all over the globe, and it's also associated with the urban development rates. I would like to address the local authorities. Probably you are solving the problems of infrastructure in your city and your municipality. How often are you attracted to the issues of planning of food distribution? Probably you are dealing with environmental problems. Your expert's opinion is taken into consideration. Maybe you are dealing with healthcare issues. To which extent do you participate in that issue? I hope that I persuaded you that the old model, when a department, a ministry was dealing with the food products distribution, is an old model. It's an obsolete. And in FAO, we have been working with this problem of urbanization for more than 20 years. And we came to the conclusion that you need a different approach to this problem. That is why FAO created a mechanism of urban food agenda, and on the basis of this agenda we are starting to work on the local level with local authorities and regional authorities. Also, I would like to offer the holistic approach, which will include infrastructure, healthcare, environment, and all the goals of sustainable development set in the current situation. We have a number of levels of implementation of the urban agenda program. The red circle is a sphere of integrated food system planning and inclusive local food governance. This is the initial level of problem solving. And this program allows us to establish a work team. This platform, multi-stakeholders platform, all the interested, all the stakeholders, people who have a potential opportunity to work with food products, usually they are responsible representatives of municipalities, private sector, academicians, all those people who can contribute to the sustainable development and provision of food to the cities. We work with this group within the frameworks of shared food provision chains. We work on innovations. We work on establishment of food environment and green spaces as a basis of healthy cities. We also try to decrease the loss of food products due to optimization of the chains. It's not necessary to work in all four areas. First of all, we need to start working with something else, and the working group was established. It's been functioning, it's controlled. In the future, this working group could also deal with additional problems. And the last sphere of experience is evidence-based outreach for improved global urban food governance. The basis of that is the Milano Pact, which was signed in order to prevent the problems which we have. I would like to tell you about Nadali project. It's a pilot project which took place in Dhaka, Nairobi, and Lima. The key results of this program is that we could mobilize more funds than it was spent initially for the first part of the project. In Nairobi, we established a new department of agriculture and food products, which is a multidisciplinary governmental multidisciplinary body which plans food and agriculture in accordance with the SDG. We are also sharing our experience with other cities. If we talk about the city of Lima, in addition to the food safety issues, which became part of the program of sustainable development of the city, we also elaborated the strategy on food products in Lima, and Lima was awarded with an award, and this award, this money bonus was invested in the establishment of network of food system of the cities in Peru. I hope that you are already willing to cooperate with us on this agenda, or you would like to apply this mechanism in your city. Or maybe in your city there are some best practices which you have already implemented and you would like to share it. Us, FAO, we are willing to support you, to assist you. That would be it. Thank you for your attention. I wish us, you, and our children better life in better city. Thank you very much, Natalia, for such good words. I know that our program of FAO does a great job in the fields, in the regions, where the assistance of the global communities is required, especially in some crisis situations. And I would like to give the floor to Vladimir Mashkal, our friend, who represents United Nations Environment Program. Their headquarters, their office is in Moscow. Mrs. Sheriff, Mr. Vysokinsky, dear colleagues, for me it's a great honor to present here at the celebration of the World Cities Day, which agenda is changing the world, innovations and better life for future generations. I represent United Nations Program on Environment. It's a little bit wider than the science of ecology because we are dealing with all the experts of human life, activity and the life on the planet. Urbanization grows and UN Environment Program and our partners support cities all over the world in relation with environmental problems. They integrate environmental issues in long-term strategic planning of the cities. We pay special attention to infrastructure, buildings, transport, air pollution, waste management and water resources management, biodiversity and ecosystems as well. Today, to our point of view, humanity faces three major challenges: climate change, lack of biological diversity and waste. UN declared climate change a determinant problem of our time. UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres called this problem of climate change the key issue of the agenda of our days, and its solution will be a very important milestone in the whole history of the human beings. It's time to bear our responsibilities, to take all the measures to prevent climate change. 3/4 parts of the greenhouse gas emissions and CO2 emissions are in the cities. Trends of urbanization, economic growth, growth of population will contribute to its further increasing if we do not change the ways we consume and produce. According to the report of the experts, a limitation of temperature to 1.5 degrees centigrade will require a very fast response and a very serious problems and wider planning of urban development and infrastructure construction. We still have time to mitigate the negative consequences of climate change, in spite of the fact that we need huge efforts from all the stakeholders, all the levels of our community. We support all the brave initiatives aimed at the Paris Protocol on Climate. On the 23rd of September this year, Secretary General of the UN held a seminar dedicated to the climate challenge. This summit became a great step forward in implementation of national goals and adoption of measures by the private sector in order to meet the limited period related with prevention of the climate change set by 2020. And the second challenge is biodiversity. Many cities face very serious problems: water and air pollution. And this means that health of our population is the key factor. Biodiversity, including biodiversity of species or the systems, is necessary to maintain the health and prosperity of the humanity. Quality of water, which we drink, quality of food, which we eat, and air we breathe, depends on the health of our nature. Today, about 1 million of species are all close to extinction. Many plants, many animals could not reproduce. They will be lost in the nearest future. More than 90% of the fish species are almost vanished. Since 1999, about 30 million hectares of forest were lost on the planet because of deforestation, and forests are the elements which produce oxygen. And the third challenge, waste. Planet has very limited resources. In order to maintain them, we need to make life cycle of all the things produced slower. Think about that facts. 90% of the raw materials of production become waste even before the ready product leaves the factory. 80% of goods sold are on the dumps during the first 6 months of their existence. Daily, 9 million tons of plastic waste goes into world global ocean. According to experts, since the beginning of 1950, more than 8 billion tons of plastic was produced, among which only 60%, 40% were stored or recycled, and 60% were just left in the natural environment. If we continue with this trend, by 2050 we will have more plastic than fish in the waters of the ocean. Unfortunately, today the world does not move towards sustainable development. In spite of all the targets, 2030, 2050, if we continue doing like we do it, the UN addresses you and asks you to take urgent measures because the climate change is necessary to fulfill all the goals and prescriptions of the Paris Protocol. The way we develop our cities will influence on our achievement of the goals in the sphere of sustainable development, especially the 11th goal and the 12th goal, sustainable consumption and production. Good news is that the cities have long story of very inspiring changes. Population, government, together could use their potential, their power, and World Cities Day is a great opportunity to concentrate, to focus on efficient use of our resources by integration of the urban environment, infrastructure, using climatic and social advantages, including healthcare development and new green jobs. We live in a very difficult but wonderful times. Achievement of goals of sustainable development requires multilateral approach in its best parts and joint efforts of all the efforts of our society. We, the UN, are looking forward to continue our cooperation with Russia, with the civil society, in particular in the sphere of very important work to achieve the goals of sustainable development. Let us work together and build the city of the future, which will be environmental, comfortable, safe, high-tech, and smart. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you for an interesting presentation. Sometimes very touching, negative facts which we heard from you are shocking. But let us be optimistic, let us be hopeful. Environmental aspects of sustainable development was one of the key ones 30 years ago when we analyzed the SDGs for the first time. But SDGs have more content, have more different aspects. That is why I would like to give the floor to the representative from International Union of Electricity, Kirill. Kirill, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Alexei. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, Mrs. Sharif. Thank you very much for invitation to take part in this very interesting event. My name is Kirill Aparin. I am the head of the regional division of the International Telecommunication Union, and so I'm responsible for CIS countries, and where our office is in Moscow and our headquarters is in Geneva. So our company, our International Telecommunication Union, is the UN-authorized organization involved in the issues related to internet, communication, satellites, everything related to computer technologies. So during this day, there is a conference held that is called the International Radio Communications Conference, where they distribute all of the frequencies, and the conference takes place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and I sent several pictures of snowy Ekaterinburg to my colleagues in Egypt because they have very intense discussions, so I wanted them to cool down when they look at the pictures. What I wanted to say about development of the computer technologies, information and computer technologies, in the recent 20 years, development was really terrific. I'm not an aging person, but I remember the disc telephones. I even remember the times when some people didn't have the telephones in some of the apartments. And now we're speaking about such things as digital healthcare, digital education, quantum computers, artificial intelligence, drones, transportation drones, and it's not fiction, it's reality. It's happening nowadays, and we see rapid development and incredible development, and not always we catch up with everything. And I brought a poster with me. It's called How the Information Computer Technologies Take Part in Achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. Here in the center we have the ITU, but it doesn't mean that we're the main thing. But we would just like to say that without the communication devices or without such equipment, none of the Sustainable Development Goals will be achieved. And this is really so. And everything is interrelated, and this is one of the features of our time. And I will just give you a small example, just to illustrate what I'm talking about. Just recently, the Beeline company, it's not the advertisement of Beeline, but it's a well-known story. They have the tariff, the so-called tariff, Gigi for steps. The less you walk, the less you pay for the cellular phones. But as a result, they figured out it became really very popular among the aging population, and everyone was interested because they had to wrap up the project, because as a result it hasn't become profitable for the company. But now they're thinking on how to wrap it up properly. And just pay attention to the interesting project. The initiative comes from the communication people, but it helps to preserve people's health, to make city greener. Maybe people will use less cars, etc. So the world is such that everything is interrelated. As for smart cities, ITU is also actively involved in these processes. We create international standards, we create the recommendations, we are actively involved in the cooperation with UN Habitat, because we have such an initiative that is called the United for Smart and Sustainable Cities. So it means that we should unite our efforts to create sustainable and smart cities. Within the scope of this initiative, we conduct different surveys, we provide different recommendations, and recently we conducted a survey for Moscow together with UN Habitat, and so we conducted a survey whether Moscow is a smart city or not. And we have provided certain recommendations, and this report is available at our webpage, so it's in public use, and you can just have a look at it. If we speak about a smart city as it is, in ITU we pay special attention to such issue as cybersecurity, because the smart city, the smart house, the smart car, smart everything, but is it secure? It's a very important issue, because we live in such times when this device knows much more about me than my wife knows. And by the way, my wife doesn't like this joke, but the device knows much more things about myself than I know myself, because I can't remember what I did a year ago in the same minute, but my device remembers. And here comes a danger that if some some people with bad intentions getting access to our devices, they get the access to our life. And this aspect is extremely important, especially from the point of view of smart cities. And we need to provide these cities to be smart and secure, and we should provide cybersecurity to it. And in our ITU, we develop certain recommendations and standards as well. Briefly, this is what I was going to say. Thank you very much for invitation. I'm always very happy to visit the wonderful city of Ekaterinburg. Please invite, and I will come again. Thank you very much, Kirill. As you see, out of 4 speakers that we have just listened to during our panel session, we can see how the Sustainable Development Goals are interrelated and crossed. And the goal number 11, that is devoted to the city, dedicated to the cities, it includes other goals. That is why our panel session was extremely important today, because it involves the participants from other organizations, and all of these organizations are related to each other, interrelated. That is why our association of UN support and the program in the regions of Russia, regions in sustainable development, in which the Sverdlovsk region and Ekaterinburg takes part, we decided that we will arrange the presentations of the regions and cities in the UN Habitat headquarters in Nairobi, not only New York or Geneva, and we will come and visit you in Nairobi if you will be happy to see us. So once again, I would like to thank all of the participants of our panel session, and I would like to thank the mayor of the city of Ekaterinburg, Alexander Vysokinsky, who also participated in our meeting with the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, last year, where we came to an agreement that today we will be able to celebrate the World Cities Day.
By 2050, two-thirds of the global population will be living in cities. By this time, unless we take decisive action, cities will be up to 2 degrees warmer and experiencing more frequent heat waves. Trees are a powerful nature-based solution that can make our cities more sustainable, resilient, and livable. When heat waves strike our cities, trees provide natural shade and can cool the air by up to 8 degrees Celsius. Trees limit the effect of urban heat islands, reducing the need for air conditioning. A single tree can absorb up to 150 kilograms of CO2 every year, contributing to climate change mitigation. Trees also help control land erosion, reduce landslides, and mitigate flood damage. But there is more. The World Health Organization estimates that around 4.2 million people die every year from diseases related to outdoor air pollution. Trees can help clean the air in our cities so that it is healthy and safe to breathe. Green urban spaces are central to building stronger communities and fostering social inclusion. These vital areas can help us de-stress and stay in shape, contributing to the health, happiness, and well-being of city dwellers. Trees also boost biodiversity in urban areas.
Mayors, join the 3C Cities charge today to create more sustainable and resilient cities for tomorrow. By making G20 pledge and putting this commitment into action, cities can make a real difference in a way that is simple and cost-effective. The future of your city is in your hands. Let us make the future generations proud of us.
Будем надеяться, что будут гордиться.
So let's hope that the future generations will be proud of us. As you know, from the program, Abu Dhabi will host the forum that will be in line with the topic of our today's forum in Ekaterinburg. And in order to be able to introduce this forum and to provide more details, I would like to invite, and I will switch to English.
Strategic planning.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Maha Dhahri. I'm a future shaping specialist in Abu Dhabi's Department of Urban Planning and Municipalities. I would like to open by extending a thank you. It is an honor for myself and the Abu Dhabi World Urban Forum team to be here with you today to experience and participate in the World Cities Day. In this presentation, I will draw the link between the dialogue that has happened in the last 2 days and the 10th edition of the World Urban Forum that will be hosted in Abu Dhabi between 8th and 13th of February 2020. Events such as the World Cities Day and the World Urban Forum create an ideal platform to bring key stakeholders together to influence and shape the future of sustainable urbanization, creating valuable partnerships and multi-stakeholder alliances that deliver change and progress. I would like to begin by introducing who we are. The Department of Urban Planning and Municipalities is the centralized agency that supervises the urban planning sector, municipalities, and all its relevant entities operating in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. Our motto is that we plan and serve for a better future. And to do that by supporting community happiness through the delivery of sustainable urban growth and municipal services. As an agency, we prioritize the fulfillment of the vision of His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE and ruler of Abu Dhabi, which draws on the vision of the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, the founding father of the United Arab Emirates. The UAE is a union of 7 emirates, with a total land area of almost 84 kilometers square and a total population of approximately 9 million people. Abu Dhabi is the capital of the UAE. It is made up of 3 regions, namely Abu Dhabi region, Al Ain region, and Al Dhafra region. The span of the 3 regions make up 80% of the total land area of the nation, with a population of nearly 3 million people. Those are the community that we serve. The DPM is responsible for the developing a visionary strategic planning framework to manage the sustainable urban growth of Abu Dhabi by regulating all the construction and infrastructure works, Abu Dhabi's real estate sector, and municipal work to improve services and the region's overall appearance. Another important function of DPM is the assurance that municipal services are delivered in the most effective and efficient way in order to achieve the highest level of customer and community satisfaction. In early 2018, DPM launched its technology roadmap and started implementing digital transformation to its services with ambitious targets. Today, over 169 municipal services have been fully digitized in DPM's Smart Hub portal. Now, visiting Abu Dhabi in the next few years will prove to be an exciting time. In September 2018, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and Chairman of the Abu Dhabi Executive Council, approved a 50 billion dirham accelerator program, which is equivalent to 13.6 billion US dollars. The program is called Ghadan 21, which is Arabic for tomorrow, and 21 being the abbreviation of 2021, the year by which all initiatives need to be completed. The aim of Ghadan 21 is to enhance the competitiveness of Abu Dhabi across 4 main pillars: economy, social, knowledge, and livability. All the initiatives within Ghadan, local government agencies within Abu Dhabi work to overcome. These include unlocking more than 25 nature sites, making Abu Dhabi's communities' lifestyle healthier and more environmentally sustainable, giving 2 hours back while enhancing the commute experience, activating 2 additional months and enhancing vibrancy year-round, tapping into Abu Dhabi's full smart city potential, and developing Abu Dhabi's sources of distinctiveness and shape its livability reputation. The DPM has been tasked to focus on the livability pillar of Ghadan 21. We have committed to more than 200 projects across the 3 regions. The main aim of the projects is to improve the look and feel of the city, with particular reference to placemaking, alongside the design and implementation of urban revitalization projects and other initiatives. Visitors to Abu Dhabi will be able to see and feel the impact of our projects, since several of them are scheduled to be delivered before the end of this year. From 8th to 13th of February 2020, Abu Dhabi will host the 10th edition of the World Urban Forum in partnership with UN Habitat. It will be the first time an Arab city will host this prestigious and crucially important global event. As a non-legislative forum open to all, WUF 10 is an opportunity for thousands of delegates involved in all aspects of urbanization to share leading practices and knowledge on how cities are built, planned, managed, currently and in the future. Abu Dhabi will welcome more than 25,000 visitors from more than 160 countries to the World Urban Forum. WUF 10 will provide an ideal platform for collaboration and engagement, both with our government but also with our diverse private sector partners. We're expecting attendees to WUF 10 to include heads of states, ministers, mayors, urban experts, urban planners, and of course, the public. WUF 10 will provide a significant opportunity for Abu Dhabi and the region to showcase the city's progress in promoting and implementing sustainable urban development. It will further our progress towards the sustainable urban development goals and ensure that the Arab region's voice is heard on a global stage, while fostering productive dialogue on innovation and cultural exchange. The theme for WUF 10 is Cities of Opportunities, Connecting Culture and Innovation. At WUF 10, we will demonstrate that Arab cities are experimenting with innovative approaches and have achieved solutions to some of our toughest common challenges. With that, I will end by sharing a video and extending an invitation to you all to visit Abu Dhabi and be inspired. We look forward to welcoming you all to Abu Dhabi at the 10th World Urban Forum in February 2020. Shukran, thank you, and see you soon.
Forum will exceed expectations. This will reinforce Abu Dhabi as a vital government, innovative, and educational hub in the Middle East that encourages and promotes the implementation
Закончилась основная программа Всемирного дня городов.
So this is the end of the main program of the World Cities Day, and for the closing ceremony, I would like to invite the Executive Director of UN Habitat, Manune Monsharif,
Екатеринбурга Александр.
and Alexander Vysokinsky, the head of Yekaterinburg. Based on scenario, we should listen to continuous applause for our top-ranked guests to approach to the seats. So, distinguished friends, dear colleagues, dear guests, somehow it's sad because the event that we are closing now was in preparation during the whole year. And we are happy that the city of Yekaterinburg welcomes representatives of 44 countries. And we are happy that we managed to discuss very simple and at the same time very complex issues of city development. It's nice to recognize that many of the achievements of Yekaterinburg were in demand by our colleagues. And while discussing the issues, we also learned a lot. We had a lot of sessions and events in connection with the World Cities Day. And this gives us an opportunity to make a conclusion, and this is what I was talking today about, that in the first turn, the city is the people. Technologies would be the instruments, not the targets. And if we use technologies without thinking, we will result with hazard, no matter the use that we think of. And in any way, we will discuss the environment. But in any case, we will think of the perspectives of development of a human as a personality within the urban territory. And we will discuss the city as our common home. We have made the first step, the discussion here in Yekaterinburg, discussion of the issues related to urban development. Together with our colleagues from UN Habitat, we will continue this way, this path forward. And I think that our today's event is just the beginning of the long way. We are just coming close to the first step. And in order to have the long way, we started always with the first step. And I would like to sincerely express my gratitude to Mrs. Sharif, because when we're discussing the opportunity to host this event in Yekaterinburg, this was an innovation for us. And for us, Yekaterinburg would be the first city among the Russian cities which hosted this event. And this was the level of trust. And for us, it was also the great responsibility, and it still remains. Until the moment the last guest leaves this city, the event will go on. And I would like to wish all of the cities to see the horizon. I would like to wish all of the cities that their residents will love their cities and will treat their city not as the consumers. I would love to wish such residents who will love their home, and this home will be the city. I would like to wish success to all of you. And I think that it will be not the last time when we see each other in this audience and when we discuss the issues related to urban development, and I would like to wish all the best to all of you. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
the microphone also don't allow us to go back. Ask us to stay behind. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for the government of Russia and all the colleagues who are still here and who attended the World Cities Day since yesterday. I think it's, as what the Mayor said, that is, we feel very sad to leave Yekaterinburg, but of course that we are still a lot of our tasks to be done, and I hope that all of you have, to a certain extent, have exchanged ideas, get the best practices through the 3 workshops and the the youth program, and also the discussion on the affordable housing. And at the same time, continue the talking, continue the networking together. And we know that this is, as the Mayor said, this is the beginning, it's not the ending. And also, when we talk about Urban October, this is the time when we really encourage and advocate for the whole cities in the world and also the countries to discuss about the challenges in the cities and trying to find a solution. But this is not the end. Doesn't mean that it's a 31st October, it's the end of us talking about the looking for the solution. This is to be continued. And I really hope that the outcomes, I would like to read also the outcomes of the yesterday's workshop and the panel on the digital innovation for the urban service delivery. The outcomes from the panels and also for the workshop, they really see that the digital innovation has a great potential to increase access as well as efficiency and affordability of urban services such as energy, solid waste management, transport, and social services. And also the city's leaders are tasked to provide enabling framework, enabling environment for innovation creation and adoption to enhance urban service delivery. And second, on the frontier technologies for more inclusive cities, the outcomes of the panels and also the workshop is talking about, well, visualizing the huge potential of technological innovation in our cities. Let us not forget the inclusion and human rights and participation aspect of smart and sustainable cities. This is in line with leaving no one and no place behind, because there are 50% of the world population maybe still not connected to the digital and also to the technologies and innovation. So how can we look into a solution to leaving no one and no place behind? How can we use innovation to reduce the growing inequalities that we see in many of the places? This is one question. I think it's also a reflection that as we close this conference, take back and think about it. But you can also, within today and February, that is our colleague from Abu Dhabi has mentioned, maybe you can bring the ideas, bring the solution, and also bring the challenges, not only the best practices, the challenges to World Urban Forum, so that we can continue discuss and looking for the solution. And don't forget, sometimes that we continue discussion, but also don't forget to look for the solution and implementation for the solution. The third, on the opportunities on the urban renewal energy, the motion, the workshops and the panelists realize that cities can accelerate the transition of renewable energy by exploiting entry points such as building. Every cities, we are looking toward the decarbonized building or green building, mobility, transport, green mobility, solid and liquid waste management sectors. This is also one way that we can look into the renewable energy, transporting our transfer from to change from the waste to wealth, and using the principle of, I used to say, principle of 4R, rethinking, reducing, recycling, and also the reuse. So this is very, very important. And also in terms of adopting a suitable production and consumption. and change start with us. I mentioned to the youth yesterday that yes, we want change, but I think change start with the individual. So what changes that you want to make? First thing, in terms of the behavioral change, is also the consumption, pattern of consumption and lifestyle, in order for us to reduce climate emergencies or climate change and global warming or global heating. And again, that is more even opportunities for the renewable energy. Last but not least, the innovation for the future generation and youth engagement. I was given by the youth that they are committed to multiply SDG youth ambassadors. I think this is not only in Russia, but it's also globally, to have the youth ambassadors. I would like to commend Russian system for the young ambassadors, which is not only itself, but I think this is best practice that other countries and other cities can follow. Congratulations to the SDG ambassadors who are still be here. I saw them. Yeah, it's very good. And second commitment that was mentioned to me, it was referred to me, is that they are committed to provide the state of the Russian urban youth report. So this is also a commitment from the Generation 2030 to give us the state of the Russian urban youth report, and I hope that this also can be discussed. I'm not sure the timeline, but it will be very good if you can bring it up for the World Urban Forum so that we can discuss the way forward and how we can implement the suggestion from the report. And I also would like to say thank you to our partners from Shanghai and from government of China for the Shanghai manual. This is a very good manual, and in terms of the planning and design, and also the continued support from the Chinese government for the World Cities Day. And again, I would like to reiterate here that we received yes, up to this morning 650, but I heard from the mayor just now 650, but from 42 countries. Yeah, yesterday's from 32 countries, but 42 countries. This is to show that Yekaterinburg attract international event. And I have a bilateral meeting with the ministers and with the governors and also with the mayor. You know, they are also interested to participate and to be the host of the next World Urban Forum. Clap your hand. And I told them, please submit the application, because we have our procedures. We will announce the opening of the application during the World Urban Forum 10 in Abu Dhabi, and this will be the World Urban Forum 13 in 2024. Well, they have enough time to prepare. Who knows, maybe we will come back again here for the World Urban Forum, God knows. And again, thank you very much for everything. And I hope that we'll be meeting you again in Abu Dhabi. And I would like to commit UN Habitat will work with all of you, also with our UN agencies who are here on the stage before. We work with everybody, and because our vision is to have provide a better quality of life for all in the urbanizing world, and our mission is to transform cities together with all of you by having our technical know-how, giving our advice, and also to be a partner, not only with the government, but also with the stakeholders, with the communities, with the business sectors, with the indigenous people, and also from the grassroots. So again, congratulations for having this World Cities Day. I think it's very, very great World Cities Day. Thank you very much to Mayor, to the government of Russia, to my staff, UN Habitat, to the UN, to the volunteers, to all the volunteers, to the translators, to the media, and to the crew, and not forgetting to our MC. Thank you very much, and hope to see you again. Thank you. Spasiba. Thank you. And on that, I have to close the World Cities Day, yeah? Yeah, I officially close, not close permanently, temporarily, the World Cities Day, and I hope that we'll see you again in the future. Thank you very much. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Madam Sharif. Спасибо. И
Thank you very much. And now, please applause to our high-rank officials and high-rank hosts of our today's forum. So the World Cities Day is coming to its end, but our day is still going on. And today you will visit the iconic buildings in the city of Ekaterinburg, and the bus will be waiting for you at the exit. And you will go to your tour, and those registered participants will take part in the gala dinner, which will take place at 7 o'clock, and it will take place in the Главный Проспект Gallery. And if you take the bus, to visit the iconic buildings, you will also be brought to the gala dinner. But if not, then you will know where to go. And I would like to join the words of gratitude to the entire team, to all of the speakers who found their time and came to take part from the different corners of the world. And I would like you to remember that this day, Yekaterinburg was the center of the global Cities Day, and it will remain in this quality, and it will remain in the history of the World Cities Day. And now, officially, the World Cities Day is closed, and thank you very much to all of you.